I think they just heard you say snot. So.
Oh, baby. Talking about some green cards.
Talk about some green. We want to go over to this screen. Oh my goodness. Okay, we did it. Well, now we need background music. Oh crap. How's everybody doing?
You need background music?
Yeah, I usually set up my background music beforehand.
The new high roll color that isn't as good as other colors' high rolls.
I'll sing the spooky theme song.
All right. Well, I didn't get to do like a sound check here, so can I have everybody like say something?
Something.
Need to turn Chris up because he's on his phone.
Something. Yeah, I'm on my phone because I'm in bed. But
That's fine.
I could shift over to my laptop later and get even louder. Who knows?
You're fine. I turned you up.
This is gonna be fun.
This is gonna be fun. Oh yeah, the tier list.
Oh yeah. This is gonna be like a 2-month venture.
It won't take that long.
It usually just takes a full month now, with how we've been doing it.
Wow. I mean, when you think about that, that's pretty crazy.
Still finish our tier list before we get balance changes, so it's fine.
I think, yeah. I think by the time we're done, it'll be near the end of the season, so it's fine.
Yeah, plus these metas usually last 3 months anyways, so taking 1/3 doesn't really sound too bad.
Well, I guess to warm up, does anyone want to either get hype or gripe about the new EXGP this weekend?
No.
No.
Yes.
That's
I think
my response.
on play burn is probably the meta. I'm gonna do that.
Really? For
I'll play
agility?
Burn.
Yeah, because you kill their units and then you get units with agility. And if you play Metsu, you get them with combo.
Oh, you're talking about damage
Oh,
on
I see.
play.
Yeah, on play burn.
Yeah, I get confused when you say burn. Because when I think on play burn, I think of stuff like Sagat, that just, and the younglings, the G younglings, or whatever they're called, that actually burn the hero on play.
This is our 4th one with Fate, correct?
Yeah, this is the 4th Fate.
And we're gonna get a 5th.
Probably not. I think it's usually just 4, right?
Oh, really? Oops.
Yeah, I think they do 4, and then they move on.
I hope next week is a special Alfred.
That'd be sick.
Special what?
Special Fred Durst.
Oh god.
Alfred. I mean, they've always done actions, right? They've never done units.
It's true.
Oops, only got one. Looked at the first two and I was like, no.
It'd be cool if they did a unit for once. Yeah, I got my 3.
Gross.
I don't think I can't remember the last time I went 5-0 in the XGP though. Like,
Is the XGP really good for slow purple? Oh, it could be.
I thought about that Hellfire Spawn. I honestly think it's interesting to consider because if you do play a slow unit in that mode, they'll just be normal speed. And if you have like crush units like Otani, that might be good enough, but I think you still want to be fast in the end, so find a way to remove that slow if you can. You pretty much won't have to play Setsuna, basically, if you're doing a slow purple deck.
All the cards I've been having a real problem with lately are ones that already have agility on them, so it's kind of like, I guess we won't be seeing that, but it'll be something else that are stronger, so, I don't know how to feel.
Every flight unit becomes Valstrax.
Yeah, really.
Every ground unit becomes Fox. So yeah, fun times.
I guess there are a couple things I thought of that would be interesting to try out. I don't think they'll be good, but just it'll be crazy with agility. And I was also thinking like just today that I think agility should only be like a 50% speed increase rather than a 100% increase. Does that sound fair?
That sound fair.
Maybe.
'Cause it's just so coveted. It just goes out of control, and especially with Crush being as good as it is, it just feels like that's just anything with Crush and agility is just super stifling. How's it going, Spooky?
I mean, the most problematic and consistent agility units aren't the ones with Crush, though, so it's definitely more
That's
an
true.
agility problem.
I still think there should be like it might become too confusing, but I always had the idea of there being like weight limits, or maybe not weight limits, or specific conditions that happen when applying an effect. Like, the more I thought about it, I think all Crush units should stay slow, and if they lose Crush, they lose their slow. And if someone gets agility, they can't fly, and if they fly, they lose it or something. I don't know. It gets too confusing, but I feel like that's the only way to balance it, because the more tags you add onto a unit, the more broken it becomes. Like, agility plus combo alone is just game breaking, in my opinion. Like, you can just win in like 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's why I think at this point they just really need to change those mechanics overall.
Yeah, they just keep adding more and more, and units that just get a weird combination of the two and ends up being too strong.
It's just anxiety inducing with how many strong units we have, and like for me this last week, Devil Hunter Dante is kind of what is made me just made my face red more than anything. And just the fact that you put it down and you fucking immediately flip it because you don't want to give the other person a chance to do anything. And then, you get 2 hits in before they you can put a unit down and like get hit. Oh, well, halt. Even just a simple halt like Crystal Hunter. Alright, well, that unit won't be touching Dante for 3 more attacks. 3. That's 12. That's 12 face damage. Unless they have a strong action to get rid of it, in which case, it's probably going to be negated because all those decks have a billion negates in them.
I mean, one of my old wishes for changes, which I still feel like is still true, is that it should just not reset your attack line.
Yeah, that's what
Especially
Sky was just
because
saying before.
they added cards that reset your attack line and halt you, which is the dumbest thing ever. So like,
now you're double reset.
People have been suggesting that change for halt since the very first season of this game.
yep,
That's all I'm gonna say about that.
yep.
It's the same thing with the Thirsty says about like Fate. It's the fact that it's the exact amount of MP you get from an attack line coming across. So you can be halted the same way with Dark Hold, which in some cases is stronger, in some decks is stronger than just destroying the unit or bouncing it. I mean, that's my piece about it. I'm not saying halts are stronger than destroys.
Yeah,
but in the right deck, man.
Pig, it's not the best card, but it just shows that like they can just combine those two then if they want a card to specifically do that instead of having all halts do that.
What's a garbage basic?
The one that resets your attack line, and then at a certain memory it halts instead.
The one with the
Clairvoyance?
one systems offline?
Yeah.
Oh.
Resets attack prep. Yeah, it's weird.
Oh.
And Dr. Doppler's no good, very bad day.
Also, I still feel like this does get ran sometimes anyways.
Oh.
Really?
That
It's
one.
it's kind of specific.
Yeah, that card's pointless.
So already a better version of it.
Forgot all about that.
What about what's his face? It's that one card that for 1 mana you can make something attack instantly but lower its attack.
Hashime.
I not have it. Alright, I'm under all. What am I
It's
doing?
an epic.
It's fucking epic.
Yeah, you have it.
Oh, Hoshimi Hajime, dude. Oh yeah, this card. Yeah, this card
It's-
is.
This card, I was saying, I guess, I don't know, if we're going to get into purple later, I don't want to get into it too much, but I will point out that it does work on halted units, and they won't instant attack if they're halted. And that didn't even occur to me until I saw it happen. I was like, oh yeah, that does work.
It's super nasty against a lot of things, especially if it's in front of something like a Dante. I don't know, just the EXGP that we had, man. I was chewing my own teeth, dude. It was ridiculous.
It was pretty bad.
It was really bad. I fought 5 temptations.
How does it work? What do you mean, Draco? It just makes the enemy instant attack, but it debuffs them by 3.
Yeah, it sounds really weird when it's like you're giving instant attack to your enemy, but for example, like a Rashid, if you give it instant attack but attack -3, it's hitting whatever unit you have in front of Rashid, but since it's not doing any damage and you're hitting it. So it's kind of a roundabout way to give yourself an instant attack. It's a neat idea, but grumble, dude.
It's hard to make the most out of it, but I've seen people use it to like protect V, or other units that they have on the board. But
It makes me sad because I would actually play that card in green, and I think it would help green with a. There's a lot of cards in this set that other colors got that I thought would help green a lot, but
Two Fox.
does green
Fox?
have attack? Wait, purple's the only one with attack debuff still, right?
black has it in units too.
Oh,
Oh
right.
yeah.
Yeah, they can do that.
I mean, black pretty much has the most of everything at this point.
Hmm.
Oh, that's a good point, Pig. Just for counter damage cards, but
Yeah,
even counter
which is
damage is sort
why-
of getting around.
Yeah.
But that's why I would have loved it in green because I mean now purple's becoming a better counter damage color, but that was more of a green thing originally.
But yeah, I mean, we
Yeah.
can
And
get
especially
into
with all
that
the
later.
victory units in green, that card would have been really good.
Damn. I guess, I don't know, does anyone have anything to report?
Report?
Any... I mean, like, I usually ask you guys about the ladder, how's that going? But it could be kind of like a, like, what did you do this week in TEPPEN sort of thing? Small talk. Oh my god, like, so what happened?
The ladder's great.
It's great.
It's really fun. You just keep playing, and you never run into your worst matchups, and you just keep winning. It's fun.
You just keep winning. I see all these
don't-
screenshots of everybody getting so many consecutive wins, so
Don't
it
do
must be easy.
Just don't run into your bad matchup. Like don't be like me today and run into a Ouroboros or regular Ouroboros like 4 times, because then you'll lose points. You don't want to do that.
Hate that. Yeah, Pig. Mori gives counter damage +1 to the units that he gives slow to.
Yeah,
It's very modest, but it does give counter damage. It's pretty neat.
2K
feels
is
very
impossible
hard.
right now. I don't know how almost 50 people have it for some reason. I don't get it. And then Will just
They
gets like 2100 in a
Just
day.
don't stop playing.
Yeah, I guess so.
Just don't lose.
Just don't lose, exactly. Because if you lose once, you're gonna lose like an hour of progress, and no one wants to do that.
When I was tabulating my my stream win-loss record, and I noticed a couple times I got like a streak of like 6 wins, once with Jill and once with Envoy.
Yup.
But when I went through and like counted everything up, it was like very streaky. I can't even explain it. It was just kind of like, you get 6 wins in a row, and then you get like 5 losses in a row, and then a win, and then like a couple more losses, and then it's like back to just like huge streaks. It's like, I don't get it.
Yeah, I had multiple like 9 game winning streaks today. I haven't actually gone back to my stream yet to check how much I did, but I definitely hit like 9 straight wins at multiple points, and I think I gained like 40 points today overall.
Hey man, that's a good stream.
Yeah, it's pretty good, but I couldn't hit 2K.
I don't know. I might just kind of chill this card set and just have fun, because I've been having fun with the No Legends challenge.
It's fun.
I tried doing it in green though, and forget about it. Tried to do a couple matches off stream, and it was like, nah. I don't know what deck I would use for that, because the ones I could think of are just like, you just toss out a lot of big boys. Without Ieyasu and HK Chun and Karin, I don't know what to do in green.
Best shot's probably like a charge shot.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, I'll just make Yawn, that'll be fine. I get like halfway to making the deck, and then I'm like, oh shit, no cycle. This is terrible. Just win fast.
Oh.
Charge shot, oh my god. Gives me a reason to go into that hero life gain stuff.
I mean, yeah, we
There's
can
a lot
talk
of it.
about that, but I still don't think it's a very good archetype for green right now.
Hey man, do you see Blackmore? Dude, he fucking wrecked that. I can't even, I don't know who it was, but ranked number 1. Who was that? Well, they were ranked number 1 a couple days ago, so they're probably not ranked 1 now. But
did he get like a consistent win streak? Because that's
oh no, I'm
the
just
important thing.
I'm just joking about the one example to prove everything, dude.
You can be ranked 1 and lose to like an F rank player right now with how the game is.
I've been seeing people getting mad about the high rolls, about the legendary boys. Any high rollers in chat? Any legend players? I recognize a couple.
I see a couple out there. You guys can't hide. I've seen your play.
What about Iowa? What's your status? What's your TEPPEN status right now?
I play TEPPEN only ever when I fall out of top 100. And then
Oh, so you're
think about
just
streaming.
chilling.
Yeah, I'm just chilling right now.
What is this guy
Where are
called
you?
Bad Player? Who is this?
There's a guy called Bad Player.
Who is this? Who was 9th in the
That's right.
online qualifiers? Don't make me look you up.
Wait. 9th in NA?
Yeah. Oh my god, that's me.
Wait a minute.
Got the Wesker icon.
Is it Chris?
No. No, I got 11.
Wow.
And I'm not using my NA qualifiers. That's like years ago now.
Years ago of PB.
That's like
Oh yeah.
like 20 emblems ago.
Oh, I thought you meant like this past one.
Yeah, 2020.
I don't know.
Oh, it's 2020, Chris.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm just joking.
I mean, if I win, I'm high rolling, right?
10th?
Yep.
10th was Knives. I think... No, it's not Expert. I can't remember the top 10 right now, because I got 11th.
I remember
be a
who's above
listing.
me, and that's Expert and Thirsty, so it's neither of them.
Yeah.
I don't know who
Maybe
Ninth
look
is,
you up.
but I mean, they are a bad player, so it can't be that interesting.
Bad.
Oh man, I got beat by a
Awful.
bad player, dude. It's like, oh, what's his name? Bad
That's
player.
awful. I forget how to look up. Do they have a list of the qualifiers online?
Pretty sure they do. But
Um,
maybe since the cup is ended, they took it away.
oh,
Online region cup entries have begun.
meh.
How about we get to this tier list so I can get
Yeah,
to
I was gonna say,
complaining
it's not-
about how bad these designers are.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I think it's time.
It's time.
I'm
Uh-oh.
just still trying to figure out where the hell's the playtesting.
There's Joichi, dude.
We're living it right now.
Okay,
We're in the
so
PTR. Yeah, this is the PTR right now. We're testing out these new cards.
let's- testing them out.
Mhm.
We
Let's
play
jump
test them
right-
and then they're like, alright, twice every year they're like, alright guys, well, we can change one card, but it'll be just that one card.
Only
So
if you're
That'll
good.
fix all your problems, right?
Then we don't hear back from like, I don't know, months later.
Okay.
It's like when your long lost dad shows up. It's like, here, I got your dog a collar, and it's like that dog died, man. No, doesn't help.
Yep.
Let's see here. Dude, my Smurf is still in top hundo. Damn, it's true.
Yeah, I
It's
saw
true.
it. So we're doing green, right?
Yes, green. And we're going to start with units. They got Bell Guardian first. We'll go with the list that's on the tier list maker. And that's the first one is Bell Guardian. A 4-cost, 2/5. 4-cost,
seeing this.
2/5, and when your hero gains life, your board gets 2 HP.
Yep.
Taco Bell Guardian, dude. Great, good, alright, gimmick.
Taco Bell Garden. Yeah, so vote.
So
Vote now,
everything
chat.
for these life gain cards, whatever I think they should be, I'm gonna automatically lower it 1 rank just because of how the design of needing to be at less than max health to actually proc these things.
How did I know this was coming?
Because you know it to be true. Don't tell me green is good while you're whopping on them all day too.
I don't even see that much green to like form an opinion.
There's a reason for that.
Yeah, but I do see this card. I do see this card. It does show up.
I underestimated it I can't remember if it was the EXGP in one of my runs or what. And I was just like, oh, I'm gonna kill, I forget what it was instead. And I left the Bell Guardian alone, and I very quickly regretted it.
It gets out of control pretty fast if you can't deal with it. It kind of reminds me of old, and it's funny because it has the same numbers as Resonate X, but it kind of reminds me of old Resonate X. And I have seen some chart shot decks try to make this work akin to old X, but yeah, it's kind of a problem because it takes a while to get it started up properly, and if there's any way to disrupt that combo, yeah, you probably just lose.
So I'm gonna just start off all with my opinion on what the big problem with this life gain archetype for green is, and that is green already has some of the weakest early game. Like they are always trying to build to that mid game, or like they just do not do well early game, and they have terrible neutral too. They always have to play out first, which really doesn't work out very well when your deck plan does not work until you take damage, and needing specific cards to trigger all of these, and also just letting the opponent set up will just kind of dominate you. Like the only way green really has been winning in most of the metas is out ramping early game and then building the board from there, generally through like ascension or certain buffs. but this just slows down that early game and really hurts Green's main plan of trying to get a early lead, because Green is not good at catch up. It's always been one of the worst like catch up outside of Yawn. Yawn is really the only hero art that's been good at that. Outside of the few legendaries that come out and win, but I always attribute that to that's just the legendary that comes out and win. That's not really the deck doing its thing, and that's just gonna be the common theme with the problem of all these cards is you gotta wait to take damage, or you gotta draw like very specific things, right? There's only so few ways that Green can actually hurt itself to be able to start setting up early. And that can also become a problem if you start drawing those late, and it gets really awkward, especially because you got to burn through your cards too to build up AP, and it's not very good. I think this card is just all right. I would say good, but again, because of just how hard the archetype hurts Green's game plan, in my opinion, I think most of these get bumped down one.
Well, that's fortunate because it lines up with what Chad said. They said, all right.
Yeah, you have a good point, Thirsty. And what you were saying kind of reminded me of a match I had against an X one time where we were both just waiting, and then I decided to play out like a raw fox because I didn't really have any other units. And he pretty much waited for me to hit him once, and then he played this card out. I was like, oh, Did I just help him? Or what? Like, I was so confused.
Yeah, just decks in this game that really rely on your opponent to do specific things will just never be good, because you'll just run into someone that doesn't follow that game plan, and you'll lose.
I was gonna say this card's good, but I'm also gonna follow Thirsty's law of whatever we want to call it, law of shittiness, and
Minus
make it go down one. And yeah, it's probably just all right.
You lose if your opponent doesn't damage you? Yes. When it says your hero gains life, it has to actually increment. So if you heal yourself at 30, it doesn't proc, which is, I think, is a fatal flaw.
It's a huge flaw, especially in 30-card decks, and when you'll be throwing away cards that you need. It's not the same as like if you're throwing away like cards in like red, because you'll generally still get damage on the board, right? Like it still sucks if you throw away a chain, then that is a complete waste. But if they have something on the board, you're doing damage, and you're still, even if you don't want to, even if you're cycling it. But cycling out your cards that you need to proc these, it's somewhat similar to my main argument of why Charge Shot's so bad, because by itself it doesn't do anything. You need to play additional cards to proc it. This is even a little more hard though, because you need to be in a certain state with your health to actually proc it. And you end up burning a lot of resources that you might need later, and it ends up not being very good for you. And you kind of almost absolutely need Natural Cycle, but Natural Cycle can be awkward too, because you're going to burn a lot of your resources just to start setting up. Like, that's the most important thing. You're not burning your resources to set up, you're burning them to start setting up, and then you got to go through the setup, and then you probably lost already.
Yeah. And like I said, you gotta just hope this sticks, because after all that effort and time making sure that it's good to go, it might just get removed.
It's tough because the way the cards are panning out lately is that 3 costs are starting to have bolder stat lines, and you're starting to see some 3 costs that have like 2/7. So this thing already has an average stat line for 3 costs. So you need to like proc it a couple times to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, so I mean that's what people have been trying to do with this archetype too, is hurting yourself. But there's really only 2 cards in green that does that. That's Diablos and Sakuya. And Sakuya is only doing it if you're ascending, so you're generally spending like around 8 mana just to start setting up. And you're leaving yourself incredibly vulnerable, right? Like to a lot of the things that are very powerful in the meta right now. And then you're just at half your health, and might be screwed. It's not. And it's also, you're relying very heavily on 2 specific cards to show up in your opening hand to even start your setup. But we're not going to need Pegotier today. We won't need it till.
I'm just telling it like it is. We won't have to worry about it.
I mean, we're not gonna say it, but we already know what card's going up there.
Iowa, do you have any thoughts on this card?
This card does not give me back 1 MP.
He's
true.
praying for it though. He's
True.
praying that he stays in the field. He's like, please
He does
don't
if
kill
you
me.
have Nakali with him and he dies, then he gives you back 1 MP.
That is
8
true.
MP investment to get
Or,
one.
Wait, doesn't
And you're playing Nakali.
it's a spirit, so that green spirit gives back MP, right? As well.
Oh
Whatever
yeah,
it's called, the clay thing.
play dude.
Yeah.
Where's Batman? I added the that BoA emote. It's BoA plant, dude.
But I think we did ignore the fact that this is also a spirit, but it doesn't really give good spirit synergy to be valuable enough, because it's not really doing anything on death, and it's not, coinciding with other spirits. It's kind of working on its own in a way.
Also, spirits just seem to be better in black.
Yeah, that's
Right.
the thing.
Right, but even like a green black spirit deck wouldn't use this, is what I'm saying.
I didn't try using this one, but like the gain life archetype, I tried to dabble in a little bit with coral spirits by doing like or no wait, that was GB humans. I did the Tenkai because that counts as gaining life, but it's kind of one of those things you either bank into it fully or you don't use it at all, which kind of inherently says that any card with that text should be a gimmick. Which isn't good.
Right.
So you guys think all right, like it has potential, but
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, because it can still pop off, and like we said, if it goes unchecked, it can be really bad. I do think it's good against players that are. I think the healing archetype can work against less experienced players because you can definitely kind of control their plays and bait them a lot better. It's just this archetype falls apart hard the second you start playing against anyone that knows what they're doing.
Yeah, this is usually the first to die on a full board. Well, this or the thing we're gonna get to later.
Mary Sue.
what about the lips? Ice mouth, dude. A 1/7 for 3 looks like Alfred if you ask me, but then whenever it attacks, if your hero's life is full, 30 or greater, it gains 1 attack. Yo, give me them lips. With the teeth. Has anyone seen this card used?
30 or greater, by the way. Why would they even bother?
I'm not saying that everyone, or this should be like an uncapped HP thing, but it would be nice if you could at least go a little bit above 30 with like a legendary or something.
I think they just forgot what game they were designing for.
That sounds about right.
It honestly feels like they put something in that would make your HP go higher than 30, and then they decided that it was too good or something. I don't know. Like, why would they do that?
I think they're just trying to account for future possibilities.
I think
Yeah.
that's just the translation team isn't very great anyway. So
It could have been a bad translation. Yeah.
We've had stuff like that before, I want to say. What else is like that? Like MP cost or something like that, where it's just like 1 or less.
I mean, we didn't even talk about it, but we got like updates for coming tomorrow to fix some like 2 bugs, and no one knows what the hell they're talking about on the second bug. So their
sweet.
wording is not always great.
Now that I think about it, this card's actually pretty good.
Why?
Is it?
I like this, yeah, because if you think about it, at the beginning of the game, it's a 2/7 for 3. That gets bigger. And
If it gets
I've
an
noticed,
attacker.
yeah, So every time you attack with it, it just gets bigger. As a 3 cost,
Yeah,
that's probably one of Green's better units. 'Cause it's kind of like Roggy, but better. Because Roggy has to take damage. This one, you only have to maintain your health.
I think Roggy's still
it's
better. It's easier for Roggy to take damage than maintaining your health.
yeah.
Yeah, but they definitely fit in the same plane because it's scaling, and you don't really have to give a direct cost. No,
I
I like
mean,
this
you
card.
either have to start with this card right away in hopes that it will get buffed as soon as you play it, or constantly heal yourself back up to make sure it does get the buff, which is a bit of maintenance. I don't agree with the requirement being 30.
Give
I
it
think if they kept it
agility.
at if they kept it at even something like 25 or greater, that would have been fair, in my opinion.
Yeah, it really should have been like 25 or greater. The fact that you can just like throw this down and be like, all right, well, I'm gonna fade it, and then it's like, oh, I have 2 more in my hand. Fuck me.
Yeah, like Fate just ruins the synergy
The
instantly.
slightest bit of burn.
Or like, yeah, any burn. Like a red player can just agents at the start of a match, and then you're not getting that buff anymore. Pretty
Yeah,
sad.
I like the idea of this card, and I do think it's one of the better cards, which is kind of sad. But it really shouldn't be 30 health. That is just a little excessive. Because I think you're at that point you're being forced to require to run hero heals a lot more to kind of make this card not a dud, which I think is overall hurting your deck. That's just kind of the problem with these cards is they like Chris said, it's very high maintenance. Those are some very high maintenance lips, and you can't really afford to run very high maintenance cards right now.
Right now, or do you mean like ever?
I mean,
Yeah.
like ever, but
Probably like
Probably.
ever. With that at 30, it's
it's
the chat. Yeah, go ahead.
oh, it's. I don't think anyone's seeing this card and getting as scared of it as a Roggy, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Especially because it's only going up once every attack line, right? Whereas if you put something in front of the Roggy, it's going up 2 every attack line, and you know, waiting for attack lines that aren't agility can be problemsome.
yeah. Otohima is 20 or more. I don't know why this one has to be 30 or more. People are saying gimmick.
Yeah.
You guys think gimmick or cute?
Oh, I didn't know if there was a choice between gimmick.
I think this card is good.
Really?
Yeah.
One of
think
those
it's good.
people. You'd run more than one?
Yeah, because here's my thought process. Is like I've played Human Heart Tank X, and that deck is just very synergetic, plays very well, and it gives other decks problems. So I kind of see this card being like a 3MP Armika, where it does require you to have high health to have value to it. And a lot of the games I had with Heart Tank X is I would never take any damage to my health, and I would always just be most of my games I would be ending at like 30 health. So even like if you get
Huh.
the trigger off once and it becomes a 2/7, that's still a 2/7 for 3. Normally 2/7s they cost a little bit more than 3, or the average stat line for a 3 cost is a 2/5. So if you still get this card as a 2/7, that's out trading a good portion of 3 drop.
I just think
So
there's more consistent ways to get 2/7s now that don't rely on health and attack lines going through. Because the thing with Mika, which I like that comparison, but the thing with Mika is she gets her value once she appears on the board, and then you don't have to worry about your health anymore. This guy will drop and do need to wait 10 seconds before you get any of that value. And there's a lot of ways to kind of ruin that, to do just even 1 ping of damage to you to make this kind of lose a lot of value.
Mika
compared to,
also
like,
scales.
yeah, and also Mika is hard to remove.
Yeah, this guy can just block with Alfred. It's like, okay. Now what?
Yeah,
Right.
and then with it's just he loses. Mika still has value if you lose a little bit of HP, right? Like if you're still at 20, like 5, Mika's still good to drop. He loses everything if you fall even 1 HP.
Or, you know, you enter the action phase to make it work. Which is not good.
Sure. There are
It
a ton of
encourages
ways to
awkward
deal with
play,
the
dude.
hero,
I love
though.
awkward play.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of this card.
You gonna make a deck with it?
Lips.
No.
The lip deck.
I'm gonna
I
make.
do.
I'm gonna make a green-black spirits deck, and I'm gonna summon this guy out with summon minions, and
Ow! Wait.
I'm gonna buff him with psycho power, so he gets even it shouldn't be 30. Is
Yeah.
what I'm getting at.
Should be 20.
Mm,
It would have been a pretty big threat if it was 20.
I'm even happy with it if it was just 25.
Yeah, with how Black's, 3-drop units are, it's really hard to beat those.
You get hit with
this
Fate
also-
once and you're just done.
Yeah, this shuts this guy down without needing like an additional card, and then
this will get the buff on attack though, like before attacking. So it will hit for 2 on its first attack.
That's nice. That I do appreciate. I was actually seeing that with now Tora, the red legendary. Didn't really put
Yeah,
it together
she-
that she dunks her
she
attack
debuffs.
once before.
Mm-hmm. And that makes a big difference when factoring in the spillover.
So what is the verdict on this card on Ice Mouth? Iowa thinks what, good?
I think it's just all right.
I think it's a
But-
good card.
I'm agreeing with chat, and they said gimmick. So
Oh
I don't
shit.
know. We can go in between, around all right, maybe.
I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I can see it as alright.
Here's another thing about why I want to give this card a high rating, is that number one, it's generic enough to be played in most decks, and I understand that it loses its potency like mid to late game, but for like the early game, it's still a card that gives you at least like the early foundation of the game, which is like really crucial and important. And I think that in TEPPEN right now, because the games swing so wide to either favor and just like, whoever drops their first legendary or drops the better legendary, that 3-drops are just very crucial to have in your deck. Like, even if this is not being played in a high tier deck, I still think this is a well designed and potent enough 3-drop that you could play in your deck.
Yeah, I
Probably
mean,
not like top two.
the one thing I do like about it is it's a 3-drop in green that you want to drop immediately, which is nice because you need a little bit more of those in green cards that aren't like, oh god, please don't kill this immediately or I'm fucked. But I just think 30 is too volatile for it to be good. That's why I still think it's all right, especially with just what other things you could be running in there. I'd rather run Jamba any day over this guy.
Yeah, there's a lot of better 3-drops than this guy, but I think he is also like one of the better ones than the crappy ones. Because I think there's a
Yeah.
line between, a good 3-drop and then a bad 3-drop, and then there are great 3-drops. I think this one's a good 3-drop.
Yeah, it's just also green has
Hmm.
really bad 3-drops, which I think is helping. His case.
Exactly. That's where I'm coming from. Green has really shitty 3-drop, and
I
this
mean,
is
they've-
one of the better ones.
They've been playing core feline for almost 2 years now,
Exactly.
which is
Yeah,
the
log, look at that.
same stats for the same cost.
Damn. Yeah, do you want 20 MP boost or do you want this conditional attack
Yeah,
gain?
That's basically the question. I mean, you could do both, but yeah, if you have to start with one over the other, you're probably starting with this one, which might put you at a disadvantage. Hard to say. But yeah, even if green got something similar to like Soaring Spirits, where it's like a hero buff where you can actually heal over 30, like over 30 HP for a limited time, that would be huge.
Be nice if Soaring Spirit was like the only card that lets you overheal. I think that would have been fine too.
That would have been super cool.
Yeah, Soaring Spirits is good. It's very playable right now, but it definitely sucks when you're at full health and you start the game with it, and then everything just goes to your hero. It's like, oh.
Yup.
Oh, before we move on to the next card, Thirsty and Evil Monkey, thank you for the subs, dude. 1 year, the whole way. Crazy, 12 years subscription. Huge.
Mhm.
Now that people are starting to hit 1 year, it's starting to make me really just realize how long I've been doing this kind of thing. It feels
When
good.
I first subbed to you, I used to go outside.
Oh my god. I was like, what are you talking about? And I was like, oh yeah, that outside thing.
Outdoors.
And then
Anyways.
we got this 3-cost unit, which is also a 1/7. That, looking at it, I didn't understand what it was until I pulled up the full card. I was like, why is it a waffle cone? 3-cost
This card
1/7. When your
exists?
hero gains life, gain 1
That
attack.
exists.
You play this after your lips failed.
Yeah, I mean,
I
this is
didn't know
also
this card existed.
slightly awkward with the lips. Is I think this is more what you would want to play as a 3-drop if you're going with that archetype. Obviously you can go with both, but then it gets super awkward because it's like, shit, I'm at 30, I want the lips, but I got the waffle cone. And then they kill the waffle cone, and then you only have the lips, and now you're taking damage, and it's like, well, fuck, man.
I think this card's more playable than Lips. Yeah, I agree. It's a beast, which is, I mean, there's not much beast synergy right now, which is kind of awkward. But I actually like this one for almost the same reasons that Iowa like Lips.
It's funny because this thing starts working whenever the lips stop working.
Yeah, this is more. I think this is more playable though.
See, like, the penguin asked the lips for a kiss. Oh, wait, it's a sparrow. Sparrow asked the lips for a kiss, and he's like, nope,
Whatever.
only if you're at 30 HP.
God, 30 HP. Yeah, just don't get hit.
Or-
Don't get faded.
Oracle says it's a win more. If you're gonna make a hero healing deck, you don't need it. I want to go that far.
No, I kind of like it for if you were going that archetype, just because it is a 3-drop, and
Yeah.
also very important.
This really fits in, and when Spirits is active, yeah, it's pretty good.
I also do want to say something. I don't think that 3-drop should be rated from early to mid to late game. I think they should just be rated on their text, because I think, you know, some of us are kind of forgetting that not all 3-drops are gonna always be, you know, instant great value every time you play it. Like even Alfred, if you play it and there's no 3-drop on the field and it dies, then it's not getting value. Same with Deadfish. If they block with a really big drop with high health, then the Deadfish will do nothing. So
Right.
even really good 3-drops, the really good ones, they won't always get value.
Yep.
They won't, but I think it's important to consider how consistent, in theory, like, obviously because we're not playing matches right now, but in how consistent that value is and how easy it is to stuff that value. And that's kind of like the problem with the lips, is that it's very easy to stuff that value. And one of the problems with this card is it's pretty easy, and it's going to be with all of these hero gain life, is most of them you can just ignore until you have your setup to kind of really take care of anything. You can just avoid damaging them, which, you know, that would be like a interesting thing if you had like this guy and lips on the board. It's like, you can damage me to stop lips, but then I can start buffing this guy. Though that just goes back to the problem of you need to play additional cards to actually start getting them.
That's when they fate tie just to fuck over both cards. God damn it.
I
I
like
think the
this card, though.
consistency issue is what keeps Pants Guy, Otomo Soren, that's what keeps him from being that great, because when we talked about that card before, it was like, oh, well, you don't always have a thing to bring back, or you're not always playing a bunch of those. And that's the same kind of deal here, where you're not always, going to be able to pop off of these cards. And that really does hurt its usability.
Yeah, I think Otomo Soren is actually a perfect comparison, because he doesn't get ran, and it's really easy to turn him into a 2/7. But it's because you really need that payoff of returning a 5 cost for the value. But then that ends up being too awkward because you get him early when you don't have a 5 cost in the graveyard, or you're just kind of spending too much to actually get that 5 cost back.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous because we used to be so happy with like 2/7 on a 3 cost, like, oh, that's great, and then it ends up being not good because it's not as strong as something like Alfred. Fuck.
Can't return mana.
Yeah, so I agree with
Anyway.
with what you're saying, Iowa. I just think the consistency of it throughout the entire match too is also very important. And again, it's very reliant on on this one in particular. It's very reliant on waiting for your opponent to damage you, which can be bad.
I think this card is good.
Alright.
I think this card is good, but I'm going to use the law of whatever to knock it down again. It's probably just all right.
I believe chat said alright.
Yeah, they voted all right. It was close to unanimous. It was pretty overwhelming.
Yep, this card's all right.
The Waffle
Yeah,
Cone Boys.
I want to see it next to lips.
Right next to the lips.
Shut up and kiss me.
And then we jump ahead a little bit to Take. Little doggo. A canine warrior.
Dogo.
That they're just like, I don't know, it's a basic card, but what if we put Heavy Pierce on it?
Just keep adding Heavy Pierce to random cards and see what happens.
Funny
Yeah,
is there's
3/6.
what's the MP cost on that basic card, Felicia? The one that you
Felicia?
get, like, yeah, you know, the 3/6 Felicia.
I think she's 6.
6? Yeah, this card's
Maybe.
way better than that card.
Maybe?
Like, 1 cost lower, Heavy Pierce, not vanilla, 3/6, just a doggo. Seems good to me.
It's kind of lacking all those important tags that we need. Where's the agility? Where's the flight? Where's the crush? Where's the creates a unit that has crush and spillover and shit.
I mean, you can definitely buff this dude. You can play everyone's favorite human that only works with beasts to make this even scarier, right? Right? Isn't that a cool combo?
My Beast Tamer card.
You can do that. But
You can temporarily add crush to it, you know. Sure is a lot of work.
Sure is a lot of work, dude.
Sure is a lot of work. But if you give this Spire, it's, decent. Right? It's decent.
In my Beats deck, I was like, what the? Dude. Beast?
Dre deck.
This is it's definitely statted like a victory unit, which is funny to me.
I tried making a Beast deck with Coral again, and it was just like, nah, I'm good.
Beasts are just too average right now.
They keep adding like a couple, and they're more interesting than the ones we had before. So I'm like, maybe. And then it's just once you have your whole deck, you look at it, and you're like, gross.
Yeah, it's not very good, and then there's no real support for it otherwise. There's Beast Tamer dude, and there's your second Beast Tamer dude you can put in your deck, and then your third Beast Tamer dude. So there's 3 cards that support beasts.
It's nice for like Felicia. I mean, the best beasts are like Felicia, Sleepy Bear,
Feline.
Feline.
Yeah.
And that's about it. 9.
So with this guy, I'm torn between like good and all right.
Slam
Because he
squad.
does have heavy pierce, and that's nice. But we'll get to it. But green has an action that gives you plus attack and heavy pierce, so you're kind of better off playing cheaper units and then using that card to get the same effect, which is less committal and then potentially even cheaper because of blue mana. And he's that perfect 5 cost where he's still gonna get hit by a lot of shit. That's gonna wreck him. 5 cost is just a little too dangerous to go into for a unit that isn't going off explosively.
Dude, unanimously all right.
Gonna laugh my ass off
Also-
if every green card is gonna end up in all right.
Also, with his stats, this boy loses to Carlos.
Yikes,
does.
dude.
It does.
Just play
This
one
is
of
why
your
I'm
shields
saying,
and he'll
like-
play his shield. Damn it.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like it feels better if you can spire this, but there's probably better 5 costs that you want to spire.
Yeah,
It's
because
unfortunate because he falls in a color that has a bunch of insane legendaries that also cost the same amount. Right.
Yep.
He'd trade evenly with what do you call it? HK Chen. It's kind of a pog.
Sure.
Sure.
Let's pretend that's gonna happen.
Yeah, I'd rather play a 2/7, 3 cost.
I know, right? You got. What do you guys
That
think?
also trades with Chud.
Depending on when it's
Wait, no,
played, yeah. Right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
if
that's
if
totally
it's-
gonna happen
gets a little
too.
head off.
If the line's halfway across when she gets put down.
Or I
If
can
someone
play
just
2 zombies.
If someone just plays heavily
Zombie.
kicks Chun Raw and does nothing with her, then yeah, they deserve the loser
Yep.
to a trade. To like a 3 cost, yeah. I'm sure that'll happen.
I'm trying to push the argument that's just like legendaries, dude. It's like you could run this card or you could run HK Chun and just beat the shit out of agility combo.
I mean, you could open with this, or you could open with Cammy, who also gets heavy pierce eventually for the same cost.
Or
So
you
all
can play a
right.
3 cost and then use the new heavy pierce action.
You guys
Indeed.
think all right? It's all right.
I was actually
Maybe
gonna say
the-
gimmick, but
I actually wouldn't be against gimmick either, though. I'm trying to be nicer
I
for
think
green
if-
because I got words.
I do find it funny they added a lot more heavy pierce in this set for green. But honestly, a lot of it falls under like gimmicky status for me.
Yeah, a lot of it's
outside
weird.
of like 1 or 2 cards that we're gonna get to.
Unless Iowa thinks it should be in a lower group, I think all right is where it's gonna go.
Actually, I think this card's pretty great. No, I'm just kidding.
Penguin tier.
I was gonna make a top tier beast deck. Play this in your Metsu, right? Metsu Shoryuken.
I'll put
What?
it in with lips.
With the lips.
Yup.
Lips
Kiss
and
that
dogs.
dog.
I actually think this card is pretty trash. I put it in gimmick.
Mm-hmm.
All right, gimmick. I changed my vote to gimmick.
Wow.
Yeah, like it doesn't deserve to sit in the same tier as the 3 drops.
It's not.
It
Doesn't
doesn't
deserve
deserve
to
to
kiss the
join the lips.
Yup.
No, it really doesn't.
That's how strong the lips are, dude. The head on the Guardian is missing, dude, because it got kissed off, dude.
Yeah, but I honestly do think it's a gimmick because for something that of this status, like a beast and specifically heavy pierce, it feels like it just needs extra support to actually work, whereas the all right cards can work okay enough as standalones.
Yes.
And not requiring too much effort to work. Where this actually requires some effort.
Oh yeah, like I would have won the game in 1 minute with Metsu boats, but this would probably take like 5 minutes to win with.
Damn.
Yeah.
All 5 minutes, dude.
Fuck.
And his stats really aren't that great. He still loses to a lot of small
Yeah.
things.
Yeah, that's why I need some work. But I think if you just spire this guy, it's not the worst thing in the world. There's just better targets for that cost that you would want to spire instead.
Well, why don't we move on to something a bit more contentious and the Orca?
Cute. Though very close to saying mother tier, but
Oh.
Oh.
I don't know. It gets
Oh.
a shield on.
I
plague.
don't know, man. It's got a shield.
Yeah, isn't this what green wants to do? Play shields.
Oh yeah, I love the art on this
Um,
card. It's a 4/2 with the shield.
There's
And,
nothing to say about this card. Like, what you see is what you get.
this is the most boring card.
I honestly think it's Mother.
I didn't want to say it, but thank you, Chris. All right, put this shit in mother.
Well, what else? What else would go down there for green?
Well, we could
Uh,
keep it as a placeholder for now, but I also agree with Mother too.
Like,
Yeah.
we can't even. What can we even say about this card? Like, there's nothing to say about it.
If you
yeah, that's
heal
why.
it, it's pretty
It's
decent.
so
Bro,
underwhelming.
there's so many better things to heal though. Like that's
It's really sad that like if someone's playing a spirits deck and you block with this and they put down like a drummer, it just dies.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it loses to, Blight Invitation, right? Or like just
it's fox and wolf in sheep's clothing too. With dark invitation.
yeah, like there's
I
multiple
mean-
black effects that just destroy this instantly.
It's you compare it to other cards that have the same stat line, they have a lot more going on for them. This is the same stat line and cost as Fury. Fury has rush. Fury gives you agility. It's the same
does
stat
nothing.
line as Sasuke. Sasuke is cheaper. Sasuke, has rush, and when it pegs the hero, it hits everything else, or hits one other thing.
for 2 damage.
It does not die
And
to
it
murder
costs
spikes. That's
less.
true.
But it dies to demon hands, and you know what? Even if they demon
does.
hands this raw, and you have shattering blade defense, that still won't save him. You realize
It's still
that?
gonna die. Yeah.
You need to play
Still gonna die.
healing.
You
Yeah.
heal it. If you heal it, it's decent. I mean, like
Pegs, dude.
at the end of the day, like you have to evaluate what exactly you're doing with your cards and for that cost and making sure if it's worth it. And yeah, this does have a shield. It does have 4 attack, which makes it a pretty solid blocker. But after that, it's pretty much dying right afterwards. And
It's pretty much dead.
it's up to you to decide if that was worth it.
If I'm gonna be healing cards, I'd rather be playing like Nikos and heal them, because that 3 MP is all the difference, right? And you already got 20 shields in your deck, so you can just put a shield on it, and you just made your own Orca
Yeah,
without.
like Nico. How much is Nico? Does she have 3?
She's a 3 cost.
Yeah, so she has the same stats. She just doesn't have a shield, but she actually
it's
pulls me
tight.
and she does something. It's yeah.
I'll put this in mother.
What was
If
the
it was
vote?
a if
Oh,
it was a
tied?
human, I'd say, yeah, that's some dog shit
It's a-
tier
It's
stuff.
a beast, though.
It's
in
a
the weakest tribe.
beast. It's that's
Doesn't
the
even have
thing.
good tribe support.
That's the
The-
problem
the
is that like
weakest
it's
by far.
when I saw this card, I was like, okay, this could be interesting because it can fit into a beast deck, and that's a bad thing that this card is so bad, but it's actually a good beast. Christ.
Mm.
And if this was human, I'd be like, just play Jake instead.
Yeah, like I don't know.
That's the thing. It's in a weak tribe, but it's toward the top of a weak tribe. You guys think Mother?
I think mother.
I don't get why they printed this the way they did.
Ouch. For this card, the garbage. Ah, dude, they released they hinted at this card on they revealed it on the same day that they revealed Blight.
That was
Where
the
is
most
They revealed-
it
irritating.
costs 1 extra,
revealed-
also has a shield, and it has -2 HP for the enemy team.
They revealed Blight like right after this or something, and people got
Yeah.
really mad. I remember that.
Yeah. You want to see a card that could fuck up this card? Here it is, dude.
Thank God this card is a counter. I was worried.
Did you want to lose to this card, dude? Look at that face. I should have made that an emo. That's a pretty good face waiting to go.
I'm just gonna point out this card loses trade with Junie.
With Junie?
Yeah, because
Trades
if she's
evenly.
a 3-cost, you should not.
Well,
But they're
trades out,
getting a
yeah.
mana back.
Oh.
I guess, if you want to point that out, it's
I
a
do.
it's
I do.
it's just not trading out with like a lot of 3-costs. It's so it's not the worst blocker, especially in Aspire meta. But yeah, green can do a lot better.
It's just bad when a card needs support. If it was a 3-cost, it'd be different. It'd be slightly better.
Sure.
I would think
just-
this card would be good to really good if it was a 3-cost, but 4-cost just makes no sense for this doing nothing.
Damn.
Anyways. There's really not
Anyways.
much else to say about this.
It's just a shame.
Moving on.
Ice Doom Mirror, dude. The art, all the mirror cards are weird. Cannot block enemy attacks if your hero's life is infinite, dude. This is the weirdest fucking card ever, dude. So it can't block enemy attacks, which means that the attack will go through, so you can't use it as a blocker. And it also requires your HP to be at 30 to get a shield. Yeah, I wish it blocked attacks. That would be kind of fucking nice.
Okay, wait.
Yeah, this I feel like
This
is the
card
mother
existed.
card.
So
I forgot this
I-
card existed.
I understand their idea behind it because the idea is this is how you let attacks through while still having things on the board. And then, you can start buffing with the rest of your buff cards, but he's getting shields, getting healed up again.
Okay.
Yeah, so now that I explained all that, this card is trash. This is mother.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would be so funny if they could block and you just like fill the field up with these things and then they're just attacking and gaining shields, which by the way, since this is attacking, the trade would never happen. That would be hilarious actually. But because it can't block, she's just kind of like smiling like, "Yep. That's the card."
This card would have been potentially better if this unit cannot block enemy attacks only happen while you were at 30 HP,
Oh yeah.
and then she becomes a blocker
That'd be
afterwards.
cool condition.
Yeah, and then that would be really fun for how you maintain your HP and all that, which I feel like that's what they intended, but they didn't do a very good job with that. Yes.
This is kind of funny though if left alone, and not blocked like right away. It could just generate a ton of shields, especially when given agility or something, because it doesn't have to worry about blocking. It only has to worry about the attacking. But the thing is, if it can't block enemy attacks, your hero's life is never going to be 30 or more after a certain point. It's going to
Exactly,
be
they're
very easy
gonna-
to deny that.
They're
So
gonna
it's very
block it.
counterintuitive.
They're gonna
Yeah.
block it, and it's gonna be like, all right, cool, but then it won't ever get another shield because you can't block.
Okay, yeah. So this shows how much I know about green or paid attention, because when I was looking at Orca, I was like, how can there be anything worse than this? And then we just go to this card right after.
I
so
told
think
you,
Orca
people.
should go up.
I told you.
Orca should go to cute, and then this will be the mother card.
Yeah, but I think it's also a good sign of some of these cards that we immediately put a card in Mother and then immediately got bumped out by another card that's even worse.
I didn't want to put Orca in Mother.
I forgot this existed. Well, to be fair,
forgot.
Orca had a tie right between cute and mother, so
Just play 6 hero shields with it. That's what I was thinking. It was just still like, oh my fucking god.
yeah, like mother is usually reserved for cards that were just like, what were they thinking? This is like the ultimate. What were they thinking?
Imagine playing 3 of these and playing 3 of the lips, dude, and 3 of the actually just 3 lips, just like where you're just like,
I'm
yes,
ready.
never gonna get hit. Let's go.
I'm ready.
I'm ready,
gonna
never
do
get
it.
hit.
I'm gonna do it.
You
Gonna
play
get 2K
License
with
to
that.
Kill Teppen.
It's just
I
funny
mean-
though, because like one of Sakuya's biggest problems was like, oh shit, I need to get rid of her because now I'm taking too much damage. Like, this is gonna be harder. It's got like 20 shields.
Dude, yeah.
The picture of a mother. No.
Just use hero shields. Yes, I'm gonna use a hero shield so I can make sure she gets a shield on attack, or I can just use a shield on a
Sick.
better unit.
I was just a raw 2-5, dude. Yes.
Or I'll just play Kadi. Like, what is
Holy
fuck
hell.
is this?
What the fuck
Damn,
is
this is weird.
this? This is so weird. Then you got Mr. Flower to back you up. It's the next card. Mr. Flower.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a 3-cost 2/3. When he's played, he gives all your units 1 HP and your hero 2 life. Ah. Why does he have that face? I don't know.
He's like, what the fuck? You're already at 30 HP when you have to play him early.
Definitely has the kill me now face going on here.
He's
it's
pogging a
all
little
other
bit.
units, so he doesn't buff himself. So it is always 2/3, assuming there's no like spirits. Like soaring spirits will likely buff him, or something like Bell Guardian synergy could buff him. I guess that's what they were thinking when they designed this. Like he could become a 2/5 if you have Bell Guardian, sure. Yeah, that's pretty weird. This is a
I
weird
don't
card.
know why he's worse statted than Isun, who's way better.
Works differently, man. Easton isn't healing the hero. Come on.
It's true. He's killing him.
Just trying to open up for the bunger, dude. He's gonna eat the bunger.
The bunger. Yeah, this just reads gimmick, but I wouldn't be surprised if chat voted cute.
I mean, it's an interesting card if you want to do the whole charge shot life gain thing, but here's the problem. You got to use charge shot first to get the most out of it. That means he's not receiving charge shot himself. So,
Yep.
shrug,
Oh, he's-
like...
He's not working in charge shot unless you have Guardian, right? Like this is a card that seems to go hand in hand with Bell Guardian, which seems really bad.
Well, I mean,
So-
he's healing the
Okay.
group, so it does sort of lend itself to charge shot, but it also means you're using
Yeah.
charge shot on a not full board, which is not ideal.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. I guess
So-
it would buff the whole.
One of the
Isn't that-
things about the shitty about like the healing archetype is, what complaints about cards when they're being revealed that I had was like this. Why would you do this when other cards heal more? And it makes sense now, right? Because you don't want those heavy healing cards in the healing archetype because you need to heal just enough so that you're not max. So that's where he kind of fits in. And with that, I would think he would be all right. But using the rule of this healing archetype, he is just a gimmick because it's just too much maintenance and work to make this guy.
What does Bubble Crab do again? Isn't Bubble Crab like
Spreads
to this
3, or is it 3 on a
Spreads
single
3.
one?
Spreads 3. There's better.
Same.
There's better hero healing 3 costs, and there's better board healing 3 costs. So he
But-
specifically only works for
And-
that archetype.
But
And
this
Crab's-
is a consistent 3.
is Crab the same stats?
I forget what crap stats are.
Baby?
I think he has a 2/3.
That's really weird. Okay.
But he
I just
gives
wanted to point
life,
that out.
That's where
Could be
over a
good.
year of TEPPEN has brought us, dude. He's get the same unit, but he gives life too.
Yeah, it's the human crab, but can also go zero, I guess. That's
He's a
sick.
human crab, dude.
He's the human bubble crab. Awesome.
Crab
I guess-
people.
That kind of brings up a good point of we're getting a lot of all these power crept cards that are just like straight that power crept. So when you get a card that's coming out that's like, look, I'm basically a core card that wasn't that good when core was the main set, is kind of telling that he's not very good.
But is he a gimmick or is he cute? Because chat says gimmick.
I think gimmick just because if you're running that archetype, you
Probably
might
gimmick.
put 1 or 2 of these in there.
Yeah, probably gimmick. There's
He-
there's ways you can make it work, but it takes a lot of effort, which makes him a gimmick.
Yeah, I mean, he does always heal himself, so you might as well be a 2/4. Helps him out ever so slightly.
No, he doesn't heal himself.
All other friendliness, you're right. Sorry, I thought it said all.
It's all other. Yeah.
Gross.
That's what I was saying.
that's
Like,
pretty
if you
bad.
do it with Bell Guardian, he will get health. He'll become a 2/5 with Guardian. But again, that's kind of gimmicky. Like, why would you do that?
Ouch.
Yeah, you'll wait to get hit, and then you drop that 7 MP combo, and it's like, yes! And then they just die because their HP is a bit higher, but they don't have any attack to back that up.
Well, what about our heavy pierce guy? Oh my god, this card is so weird.
Oh, the meathead.
Onganji Kenyo, dude. He's got spillover. Wait, he's 5 costs, 3/6, just like the dog. Got spillover instead. Death. If this unit has heavy pierce, when he dies, he'll give a random friendly unit 2/2. What is it? This is so weird.
Sick.
This set is just the high maintenance for green set. Everything it requires so many fucking steps to do.
I don't know. It's like saying if this unit died and its attack was a certain value, then something happens. It's like, what the fuck? It's even worse than that.
Yes. Finally, Lightning Legs has a card they can call their own. And and I don't know why they would even play this.
It's dumb because I'd love to make like fun little human decks in like Coral or something like that. No, this I'd have to run like the 3-cost action that puts heavy pierce on it, or the 2-cost one, which no.
If it was cheaper, it would see more play. Maybe.
Maybe. Very weird that it needs heavy pierce out of nowhere. But I guess, yeah, it is one of those cards that's just made for Hyakuretsu.
Oh, yeah, Silex, that's a good point. If you play this out along with, like, a good 5-cost card, this has a chance to die to Alexia instead of your good card.
Just play 10 mana worth of cards.
Yeah, that's pretty smart.
And use your hero art on this guy.
And then hope for a bad 50-50 on your opponent's side.
Oh my god.
That's pretty cool.
No.
I was sad
too
too because when the set was kind of announced and they're like, we're giving everyone death effects. I'm like, yeah, Green's gonna get some good death effects, and we got this guy.
Well, I'm gonna put great, good, alright, gimmick.
But he's a human. So
but he's human, so that means he's already better.
You can bombast them.
You can bombast him, and you can give him that, what do you call it? That 2-cost Glare of Contempt?
Yeah.
Nice 7 MP combo.
But you need to make sure he's not bombasted. And then also, once you give that to him, you need to make sure you have a unit.
Yeah, that's what makes it so complicated.
You can't glare if you bombast them, but there are other ways to apply heavy pierce now.
And it's a shame, just
So
because
of a loss,
it wouldn't be too bad if you could just play him and give him Contempt, but it's the fact that if you play Contempt to give him that and he dies, he won't give the death buff. But I guess at that point they'd be using a harder destroy. But the 6 HP is also kind of yikes.
Another way I'm looking at this is even in best case scenario, if you get like the best hero art for it, which is Heavenly Kicks Shun. I mean, not Heavenly Kicks, the hero art Lightning Legs. If you give this heavy pierce and +1 attack, it's just a 5-drop for 4/6 with spillover heavy pierce, and that's not even that good. So, you know, even in best case scenario, since it's not good, I probably wouldn't even play this.
Yeah, you don't see it that much. Like even the Lightning Legs decks I've run into, I think only one of them ever tried this card, and it wasn't that scary.
Yeah, the stats that you get from it are just not good. They don't really equal out to what you need and to survive this format or this game.
He needed to have that death effect without needing to jump through loops for it.
Yeah, then it would have been genuinely threatening.
Fun fact,
spillover is kind of nice, but
You can use Dark Invitation on him without Heavy Pierce. It won't give you the +2/+2, but you can totally waste your hero art on him.
Really?
Oh,
Wait,
oh,
what?
damn.
You can use Dark
activate the death
Invitation.
trigger, just nothing
You can
happens.
You can use Invitation. If he has Heavy Pierce, it doesn't work.
If he has
Yeah.
Heavy Pierce, it works, but the game lets you use it on him when he doesn't have Heavy Pierce, and it does nothing.
Oh. No, that makes sense.
It makes sense, but I
Have
still
we
wanted to
ever-
try it, right?
I'm
'Cause,
actually glad it does work that way, because that would mean there's a bug if it did.
You do all this dumb shit, or you
Yay.
just go GB and include Psycho Power.
I mean, I thought maybe because you can like Bushin on a unit that doesn't explore until growth, so it's like maybe. But
Eh,
nope.
no, that
I understand the logic though.
makes sense. Everyone's saying gimmick.
They
Everyone.
could call you Hoju.
Yep.
Yup, gimmick. You guys agree?
Yep.
Like, it feels bad when they even printed a card with this guy on it, like an action card that we're gonna get to that has this guy on it that's supposed to be played with this guy, and you still wouldn't play this guy if you were running that action
8
card.
MP combo.
It's pretty bad.
Well, it's not
No.
even an 8 MP combo because his card doesn't work on him without another card being played first. You have to give him Heavy Pierce for his own card to work on him.
Yeah, it's very awkward.
Yikes. Oh, dude, Chris made this thing with the secret art. I don't have the secret art for Tsuruhime.
Yeah, I picked the
Yikes.
secrets. Anytime there was a secret card, I just went with the secret art instead.
You're like, hold on.
Yeah. Because we've had tier
s-
lists before that had both regular and secret arts, and I
Oh,
felt
yeah.
like that was unnecessary.
Well, we got this 4-cost human. This was teased before. This is the card that made everybody kind of change their minds about the life gain archetype. It was like we had all these cards. It was like gain life, and it was like why? And they finally gave us this 1/8, where whenever your hero gains life, it gives your entire team a +1 attack,
Herself included.
herself
And then-
included.
And then we got the update in our hands, and we learned about the 30 HP thing. This card was going to be great for me. She is just good.
Yeah, I'll say the same thing. I did have a lot of fun playing her, and I'm glad I got her secret, because I think it's like one of the best secret arts that we've gotten in a long time. But yeah, it's kind of awkward how she ends up working, because she does coincide with a lot of stuff. Like the combinations that you can do with her are really good. But of course, if there's no other units to buff on the board, then it's not worth it. So you need a decent board, then you can play her out at the right time. You gotta hope she lives while you're buffing your hero health backup. So there are a lot of situations here, but the payoff for her is really good when it works. And the good news is, like, if she only gets like one buff off, that's still a decent value in my opinion to buff the rest of the board. But I think 2 buffs is great. But yeah, there's a lot involved in making that happen.
Yes. I think she's a good card, but I think Chart Shot was better. So that's one way I'm looking at it. Keyword is was. So I feel like he's kind of like a worse Chart Shot scenario that you're working for. But she's still a good card or good archetype that you could run through.
Yeah, I didn't post this.
It's kind of lame though that Black gets to destroy her every time she even like looks at the board.
Yeah, like this. The second that she hits the board, she just puts a target on her. Like she's the #1 threat as soon as she lands, which is kind of interesting because, like, if you have other stuff on the board like legendaries, you don't really want to leave her alone while focusing on them. So there can be a little bit of a mind game with her existing, but she can be very easy to remove, especially for Black.
Dude, Pat the Bunger. I mean, would you pet the Tsuruhime, dude? Put her in there?
This card caused the most Teppen whiplash for me, just because of that whole scenario where we're getting all these healings, like who cares? And then we got her, it's like yes, and then we learned about the 30 health thing. It's like oh fuck.
How big of a buff do you think that would be if they just made that simple change to like, oh yeah, gaining life at 30 HP is still gaining life?
That would bump most of these cards up one for sure, possibly up two for some of them.
Yeah,
It would change entirely.
just put some life sack in there. Say good.
The
Guys
thing
think
is,
good?
you think like aggro decks that rush you down and burn you within like the first 30 seconds of the game. That's pretty much impossible to do with this life heal archetype because of needing to wait. So it's still kind of waiting for mid game, and at that point, you lose to most of the things in the game.
Yeah, it just sucks that you have a card that can't be used in the early game, and it's not even like a big payoff. It's still like a gradual payoff. If you get this at the very beginning in your opening hand, it's practically a brick. Because we live in a society where people are just gonna wait until 10 MP and wait till you play the first card. Then I can kill it.
Yeah, I do think this card is a lot of fun though, especially when it pops off. And let's, I mean, we're not done with green yet, but we can be honest at this point. Green got the short end of the stick for this set. They didn't really get that much more support outside of a couple, really crazy cards. But this I think is one of the more fun, like new green cards at the end of the day.
Chat said good.
I also think like because green was really fun when the set first came out and people were trying stuff out, but now that everyone's gone back to tried and true, it's just it's hard to have fun because you don't get to play half the time.
Yep.
That's pretty much what was expected. I do think green is still solid in this meta, but there's a lot that they have to keep up with.
Chat said good. What do you guys think? Good?
Yep. Yeah, it's fine.
Doesn't give 1 MP back, so I was just pissed off.
Yep.
Yup. Next one. Oh, Jesus. This one. What does Iowa think? I know what Iowa thinks about Chosokabe Motochika, dude. He's gonna get on his Motochika. The 2/5, 5 cost that explores for the boat. And it makes all machines temporarily 1 MP cheaper, which, fun fact, when you put the unit on the board, maybe your boat costs 4 when it's in your hand because you got Chosokabe on the field. Whenever you play that boat for 4, it hits the field as a 5.
That's a bug. I'm reporting it as a bug. Reporting that to Gung Ho. That's a mistake.
I'm actually kind of curious about that because I wouldn't be surprised to find out that that's what the bug they're talking about in that weird update that we're getting tomorrow.
Yeah.
Whoops.
No, I do think it's as designed. I do think it was intentional, which is, I know a lot of people had guessed like what it was going to happen. But the wording is very specific in this case where it says like your hand and pocket, it is decreased in cost, but only in your hand and pocket. So the board would be normal. Anyways, I hate this card. Let's move on.
I feel like they really dumbed down the game by making this a thing with Metsu.
Yeah.
Like it's the most consistent deck as far as like setting up goes. Like the deck that I pretty much designed to not brick. I never had to change the deck after its first rendition, and I've never bricked with the deck. It's seemed to consistently set up, and it's always going to win in like under a minute. you don't have an answer to it. So it really dumbs down Teppen because you're doing like 3 things and winning games. Playing 3 cards win games.
I just got
Yeah.
here. Talking about boats. Talking about fucking Rising Sun.
Yeah,
This
And the
damn
Rising-
thing.
and I will say the Rising Sun, out of all the cards in the set, I actually think it's the most poorly designed card. Because if we highlight Rising Sun and we look at everything they gave it, and then they're like, okay, this is really strong, so we should probably give it a caveat where, oh, it just banishes itself after 45 seconds, so you can't bring it back with Uro, or, you know, give it gold orbs so that it just, like, you know, keeps coming back. The problem is 45 seconds is a long time in this game. That's more than 4 attacks, not even including the fact that you can give it agility for even more than 4 attacks. And it's doing absurd amounts of damage. Heavy Pierce plus Crush, are you kidding me? Like, one of those tags should not be on this card. I don't care which one, but get rid of one of them. And that
I'll get rid of
45
Spillover.
seconds should go down to like 20. Like, it should never do more than 2 attacks. I don't care. I don't care how
It's-
difficult, quote unquote, it is to set up. It should not do more than 2 attacks.
I just think you
card.
shouldn't be able to put any more tags on it. I think when I played it in Genesis, it was annoying, but I didn't think it was too, you know, crazy. When people started running it in Metsu is when it became crazy, because then you could start running, you know, agility guy. Once you put agility on it, it just goes from like a 6 out of 10 to like a 10 out of 10. Holy shit, get in the car.
And they added a 3 MP agility explorer. Yay.
I know, right? It was a little too much. So I think it's just when it gets agility. When I played it in Genesis, I was kind of like, this is okay, but it's not gonna, you know, take over the game. And then people were like,
Yeah.
what if we make it so that it only needs 1 attack to win the fucking game, and they just give it Metsu and give it agility?
Let's give it state after playing like 101 cost actions, right? Like, it's so stupid. Like, the whole idea of, you know, Crush as a whole just isn't well designed, because when you think about Crush, it's like, okay, this is impossible to counter, which is cool if the attack is low enough where it doesn't matter. But I feel like with Itsuki, they kind of overdid it already, because she can become 4 attack, potentially more, with Crush and Heavy Pierce. And then they were like, okay, maybe we can do a card similar to Itsuki, but make it even more insane and almost impossible to kill. And give it Spillover for some reason.
I hate Itsuki more than this card, honestly.
I mean, they
I don't
both
know.
function the same way. But
Yeah,
Itsuki,
I don't know
you could-
how you can hate Iski more than this card. This card's way worse.
This thing
Yeah, like-
fucking at least cannot counter, and that does make it a little easy to chip down. But it's
I
just when you give it
guess, but-
agility, it takes off, and it suffers from the same problems that Itsuki does. You give it agility, and you're just the enemy. You can see them that they're just jacking off in the corner until you lose, and it's just like, okay, well, cool,
I
cool,
mean,
I guess.
I
Heavy
mean-
Purse Crush.
like, yeah, like, we didn't even get into the fact that this guy can't counter, but who cares? Because it's at 10 health. It doesn't really need to block that long, and if it's attacking faster, and just like even once, it's done its job. It's absurd. Like, why is it at 10 health? Like, why is it on there for 45 seconds? It's absurd. It's just way overtuned.
So, Mother Tier?
Chat
wish.
said great.
Yeah, I think great.
I don't know. It has more or less the same stats as Itsuki when it's ascended, and I mean, obviously you have to ascend it, but it's just still Heavy Piercing Crush is fucking annoying.
I think the spillover pushes this over Itsuki, and it's a lot easier to set up because Itsuki requires that ascension, right? Where, yeah, it's not too difficult, but this you can just play raw and you're ready to go.
You can
And
you
it's
still have to
very
play
hard
a
to react
5 mana
to
unit to
instantly.
get one.
Yeah, but I don't know. Doesn't feel that.
Yeah, I mean-
because they always seem to find them for whatever reason.
Well, it's
We
because
seem
their
to
decks
find
only have that unit, and they can just run 3 Bombasts to always get a fucking Tosakabe.
Yeah, it's so stupid. It is really stupid. But But yeah, I was gonna say like Iowa said, like if they don't have the counter to this, then you just win. And I really hate that type of binary design in this game that has been dating back to like Big Resonate. Like, do you have an answer to this card? No? Okay, you lose. That's exactly what this card enforces more of, which I think is terrible design. I'm not a fan of binary design at all.
It's the easiest win condition I've seen in Teppen. Like you just do 3 things and you win.
Itsuki needs a card to live long enough to ascend over. Needs any card to live long enough. I don't think that they have that problem. I've seen people do shit like Thunder Edge. I mean, it's the same thing that they were doing before with Thunder Edge Itsuki, just Thunder Edge Boat now.
Yeah, but
We-
you get
we-
this like
we
4
can't-
MP cheaper.
You get this for what?
I mean, it's funny.
The setup for this, compared to Thunder Edge, is like 4 MP cheaper, so you get this like
Yeah.
a whole minute earlier. Well, actually over a minute earlier, because you know, each MP is what, 3 seconds, so that means that you get this quicker. 12 seconds, right? 12 seconds quicker
Mhm.
than Thunder Edge.
I just don't see how people think Itsuki is worse than this, because Itsuki you can work around. This has spillover. You can't work around this. Like, your entire board is going to get cleared if you can't find an answer to this. It's really dumb.
It's the same formula. It's the same vessel, very slightly different in the way that they operate, but it's basically with crush and agility, you still have to get hit twice if you want a unit to take this thing out. You still have to get hit twice. And it does also just call out your fucking hand. Do you have something to get rid of this that's not like... I mean, what unit is going to be able to like hit this thing and kill it in one hit, but also take 2 fucking crush hits from it?
And the whole Itsuki thing, I think, is like, why don't you just play both? Because they objectively do the same thing.
It's about to
Sure,
die,
why
you just
not?
fucking slap it up
Play both,
top, dude. I
But
mean, you
this,
pretty much could.
like Itsuki, I see how she's an epic. Like, this should actually be a legendary by design. That's how stupid it is. This is legendary tier in design, because they added way too many tags to it, and they made it way too beefy.
And it'd be nice if just one of these was 6 MP.
Yep.
Because they just keep putting this shit that isn't really all that great in mono green, but slap it with a stupid ass hero art, just shits on the game and no one has fun.
So, is this card automatically Kami tier then? Because Itsuki was Kami tier last card set.
No,
Why not?
I think there's a better card.
Okay.
That's the only reason.
More cancerous than this? I don't know.
think it's great. It still requires that, you know, that explore and that setup, but this card is
That's what
definitely
I
a
was
problem.
saying.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but I think it's great tier at the end of the day, where it's really only fitting in a couple decks, whereas to me, I think like Kami tier transcends just the need of it being in 1 or 2 decks at times. Like, it can be used in a lot more decks, and you can definitely do this in, you know, just like a yawn deck as like a 1 or 2 of, which I've seen some people do that, or same with Spire. But I think it's only popping off in specific dual color aggro decks.
I wish dual tribe decks were more plausible. Like, if Coral, I don't know, affected 2 things at a time, it'd have to be a human and machine, but because I'd love to have like a human green explorer Coral Orchestra deck, and it would be nice to have like Chosokabe's effect, but it only affects machines. So should I run more machines? There already have plenty of humans that are good. So just nah. It seems like it would be interesting in other decks, but it's really just scumfuck, you know, win in 1 hit decks. Reason I'm more okay with this than Resonate is because Rezo just puts down the card spam actions. Win on top of having access to halts, while this takes a bit more setup. It's true.
It doesn't
I don't
take
think
much
you've watched.
more, but
Yeah, I don't think you've watched Iowa play the deck. Then, if you think it needs
I
more
guess
setup.
I guess some effort is made. You have to play more than one card.
BoA sleeper tier? I know, right? I got tired of it after playing it for one day. When you
It's just
banned it Oracle, I
predictable.
was like, good. Meanwhile, everyone else is playing
But I
other
do think
decks that are like cool.
But I do think a certain card in black should get a lot more play if that card ever sticks around.
Oh,
we
yeah.
should move on.
And the mad at life card, dude, the fucking somebody hurt you fucking card, dude. Water Dragon is next, dude. This card is weird. 7 costs
Ooh.
3/8, so already 2 MP, more expensive than Alexia for that stat line. When played, if your hero's life is 15 or lower, distribute a total of 10 points between your friendly unit's HP and your hero's life. And when you gain life, gain 1 attack, gain spillover, effective for 1 attack. Oh my god, temporary spillover? Holy shit, fair? But they didn't have to, like how they had to pull back for a green card. They're like, hold up, what color is this card? Green? Alright, temporary spillover.
Yeah, this was the wrong color and wrong card to pull back on. Literally could have just pulled back on.
Tell you,
both.
man,
That would've
they
been
just
better.
checked the color.
It's
Like,
very
should
weird.
we pull back? Oh, okay.
Very weird. Yeah, whenever I see this card, I'm scared. But then I like remember what it does, and I'm like, that's not so bad. It's weird. Like I don't really know how to evaluate it because I feel like it's good at a certain point, but you have to be pretty low on health in order to play it out. So it's not a good starter. And then yeah, I guess it depends on your board state when you're actually playing this out. I don't really see it that much though. Have you guys seen it or tried it?
I haven't really got to try it as much as I wanted. I've seen it a bit, but it's just always kind of falls flat. It's the same thing. It's the same common theme where it's too much maintenance to get an effect that really isn't usually going to be that justified or going to pay off, especially with the random healing going off. I mean, it could save you too, which is nice. But it also might not save you. And 7 MP is quite a lot.
It's a beast, so it loses points there, honestly.
Yeah, and I mean,
I'm
also
confused.
if you... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I'm confused by the wording because it says when your hero gains life, gain 1 attack, and then another sentence gains spillover for 1 attack. So it's just gaining spillover for 1 attack when you gain life, but the +1 is permanent? Like how does that work?
Yeah, the +1 is
Yeah.
permanent.
Okay. But you get spillover every time you heal for 1 attack.
It's kind of
Yeah.
like old combo Viper, right? Her health gain was was permanent on Resonate, but the combo was for 1 attack.
Okay. That's just weirdly worded. But okay, yeah, go on.
That's what I want to see, temporary health gain. Ooh! Just goes away after 1 attack, dude. I'm dead.
But yeah, it's just like you gotta wait till you're 15 health, then you can drop this guy, and it's like, yeah, he's a 4/8. Like that's not amazing, though. You could heal a bit.
I mean,
which
he
is
would
nice.
he would get more though, right?
Yeah, if RNG, depending on how that all goes, kind of.
It's a
He
change
could-
form card.
He could heal your hero for 10.
Yeah.
That's
It is
pretty
random.
crazy.
If you win the 50-50
It
every
is.
time.
It is, but I imagine someone would actually do that against me. They would just go back to like 25 health after playing this, and I'd be sad.
But then he would get 1 attack. He'd be a 4/8, so he'd lose to your Sigma.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably win like after that, but
Ouch!
I'd still be sad that I'd have to do more damage to him.
I wanted to try and use this in like started making that beast coral deck, and it was just like, this sounds kind of nice, but it's like that when your hero gains life thing. There's no other beast that supports that archetype, so shrug. I guess that was a fun try. Like I can't do it. Thanks. That's why he's a one of and only one of for endgame in my eyes, at least. Yeah, that makes sense. Chat's torn between good and all right. I think all right because it's kind of a one of. Sai supports that archetype.
Yeah.
It looks like
Kinda
it'd be fun to
beast.
play with Yon.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, like a Yawn
Oh,
deck.
yeah, it is a
But
beast.
the thing with Yawn is their games are already lasting a long time, in theory, and this would help make the game last even longer.
Yeah, and also like it being a heal and a unit allows you just to play for time, so you can time somebody out.
Right.
Yeah, that part's nice.
It's not.
But it's
not
only playable
terrible.
in Yon. Anybody else would not be able to play this card.
Yeah, I
think
was
you'd have
thinking
time.
Yon probably be the best with it, but at the same time, we don't really have anything that ascends and heals the hero. Not that you'd need it, but if you wanted to yawn and also fit in the archetype, it'd be kind of hard.
I actually don't think he fits well in the hero healing archetype. Just because he needs you to be at 15, and you're probably going to be, if you're playing through the rest of your
Yeah.
deck, you're going to be constantly healing yourself, and then you just got to chill and wait too long, and then they'll
Just-
just state you and hit you for 40.
Just play him in
Another-
an Ieyasu, dude.
Another thing is like if you play this in a healing deck, the healing archetype, you're burning 7 MP to do it, and then that puts you in a very vulnerable state. So if it was a bad time to drop this unit and your opponent had like something set up like sneakily, then you'll just lose. But I think I see this better in Yon because it allows the Yon hero art allows you to afford that mistake if it were to happen. So you'd have MP to just like counter whatever thing they had waiting for you.
I agree.
Chat's
And
torn
yeah.
between good and all right. What do you guys think?
I think he's all right.
Oh, yeah, I'll say all right. It is interesting to me. Yeah, they make it spill over and not heavy pierce for temporary.
Oh, Heavy
'Cause
Pierce
this
would've
looks
been
like
wild.
a card that would get pierce instead, but I don't know.
Yeah,
they
because
put
there's
Heavy
an
Pierce
action
on
with
everything.
there's an action with this character on it that gives Heavy Pierce.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Probably are
Yeah,
because
they
it looks pretty similar.
That is, yeah, that's why I'm getting mixed up. Weird.
Put Heavy
Drop a
Pierce on
burn Dino Rex who will have better stats. If you're
I just
well,
it's
that's kinda-
really weirdly like a change form card. Like what the fuck? I just don't get it.
Oh, it's when played from hand, so you can't like do a weird like, you know, a rebirth scenario with it. That's
The
sad.
grave, dude. God. Fucking wild. Gross. Alright, moving on. We got Otohime. Yo, she's pretty cool. She's pretty tight.
Cool card.
Very cool card.
Great.
Crafting it.
I guess you even have her.
No, I didn't pull her at all. Sex cause dude, she got the big dress. Dude, when she sits around a house, man, she sits around a house. She costs 6, 2/6. Starts with a shield, very much like a mana unit because she is very weird that like when played, if your hero's life is 20 or higher, gain MP boost 30, and that's a permanent effect. Even if your hero's life drops below 20 after she's played, she keeps it. So at
Yep.
the moment that you play her, if she has, or if your hero has 20 HP or higher, then you get to keep the MP boost 30. And then every time you take damage, she gets 1 HP. I think this card is super cool.
I like her.
She's kind of watching you get hit. She's like, yeah, that's right, bitch. That's right.
I like her.
Never lost the game because of her, so that's my 2 cents.
Best card in the set for green. I wouldn't go that far, Silex, but she is very fun to try out. I mean,
She
if you
does-
if you start a match with her, it's really strong. But yeah, there's that limit, right? 20 or higher, so you do have to be careful with that.
I just don't like how expensive she is, and it doesn't seem like she's putting you closer to victory.
She's the only thing that's making Shard Shot as playable as it is right now, because she is that big MP cost, which helps build AP. She has board staying power, and you can also just kind of move her so that you take your damage, which will also set up your life healing archetype. The thing that holds her back really hard is how bad this card feels if you fall below 20 health.
Yep.
2/6 with a shield, and that's it, pretty much. And then the taking damage thing.
Yeah, like
It
I feel like people are just saying, "Oh, just play Lair, just play, Feline, just play the 4-cost girl that on growth with I forget her name right now, because Kaguya, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Just play those. Yeah, those die right away in a black matchup, guys. So
Yeah,
like
I know that feel.
facing this, like, speaking from experience of playing black decks, if I see this card, I can't deal with it right away, because my answers for it all require heavy destroys that I'd rather save for legendaries. So if this is like getting killed by an obliterate, you probably
Fantastic.
just
Yeah.
saved your Kushala, you saved your Karen, you saved your Yasu. Like it is huge. So this card is really good against black specifically. It can be a little awkward against red, but I feel like it is a very good card to throw out at the start of a match for sure. Like, I don't know if you'd want to do this over something like a Mika. I guess it depends on your flavor, but I feel like having higher cost MP ramp is a really good thing.
It really, really is. I mean, just think of how often your guys' brain immediately goes to, "Oh, but Fate," when you see a new 4-cost.
Uh-huh.
So that this is really
Yeah.
good, right? Being a
Murderous though.
6-cost. That's true, murderous.
People aren't running that as much. Last time I saw it, I was kind of like, the card still exists.
You can't demon hands her right away. So she has a lot going for her. Her only awkward thing is the fact that if you don't draw her early and you fall below 20 HP, it's really bad. And that's what makes her really scary to ever make her a 3-of.
Yeah.
She's
I
just
feel
so
like
novel.
I understand why people are voting great, but I feel like there's that catch, that condition that just makes her fall a little short for me. But I think she's really good.
Yeah,
I
would say
think it's kind of made up
good.
for it by the fact that it, what do you call it? It stays even when your your hero's life dips below 20. I like that. I understand that. Yeah, if it dips below that and then you have to play it, it feels bad, man. But yeah.
I think if she just had the MP boost and didn't have that hero's life thing, she would be immediately great.
Okay, outrageous. People say
I think that
great.
also-
Close to
Big
good.
boys and big whammon deck.
Big whammon.
That's pretty good, Silence. Playing her with Mika, yeah. It's like fat bottom girls.
But why isn't she hero's life 30? What the hell?
Oh my god, yeah, that'd be.
I'm so glad she's not hero life 30.
That'd be immediately down to
Holy
Q
shit.
tier.
Pick her up first or die.
That's sad. And yeah, you can heal back up to make that condition viable again, but yeah, it's all about finding that balance. But I don't think she's ever a 3-of. Not right now anyway.
I still think she's great. She's a winner in my book.
What actually happens if your hero is under 20? You play Soaring Spirits, you place her on the board. What happens if your hero gets healed back up?
Damn, that
Does it
is
work?
I would assume
don't
it
know.
does.
I would assume it doesn't, because when played effects tend to be like very, at the moment state.
That's hard to test. But I'm curious.
It's hard to say because it reminds me of playing Executioner when you're at like 16 cards. Isn't it require 10 or 15?
But Executioner's in the wording. It removes the cards and then it applies the revenge. Right?
Revenge.
The Death's Executioner card, right?
Oh,
you're
no.
talking about you're talking about the unit.
The Magini, yeah.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the action, because that removes cards
sorry.
first and then it looks at the count.
Man,
yeah,
Oracle
Magini.
says it Oracle says it does, but
Oh, it
Okay,
does
cool.
work. Cool.
I was
Oh, yeah,
right.
the Executioner Magini won't work if
Oh,
you
really?
if you play the card out and you're like if you're at 11. Is that the condition, 10 or less?
I think so, maybe.
If you're at 11 and play it out, it doesn't work that way.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's the same case with kicking dude, who I always forget his name because he sucks.
Verdugo. Kicking,
Verdugo,
dude.
yeah, everyone was hyping him up, man. Some of you guys are always hyping up the wrong cards. Anyways, yeah, that card sucks. If you're at 6 cards and you play him out, it doesn't work.
Oh, okay. I think I've used
Yeah.
him like a total of like 2 times, and one was in Creature Feature, my Coral deck.
So bad.
So
I hate him.
it's not good. I mean,
Makes me sad.
it feels really good to play that card, or at least when I see it played against like an FD Ryu, and it's like, yep, fucking see ya, dude. But Verdugo's ass, you 5 cards or less. Chat was kind of split between great and good. There was like 5 great and 4 good. So I don't know. Where do you guys think?
Good.
for green, it's great, but that's based off everything else in this set. I think the card overall is just good.
I do
Iowa?
like that Soaring Spirits effect, though. That's pretty cool.
Yes.
There's no yes tier.
Oh, I just think this card is not that good.
Oh.
I could probably see it in alright, but I really want it to be in gimmick tier.
Holy
Damn.
shit. Well,
Hater.
you have to put it
That's
in
fine,
good. That wanted great.
Well, then they can make their own stream.
They can make
Black
their
Jack.
own fucking podcast, dude.
I mean, y'all
Oh.
can do whatever you want. This card, I feel like there's better cards to play. It doesn't win you the game, and you're paying way too much. If it was a 5 cost, I probably like, all right, maybe I just shouldn't say anything. But for a 6 cost, it's just too much.
I
Six
like that at
costs, it's
6.
its biggest benefit.
Yeah, I like that at 6.
If it was anything less, it would not be good.
It's just hard to remove.
It's certainly a problem for black, and black is very popular right now. So, but I understand why a lot of green players aren't using it right now.
What about this though? Ieyasu, the card that we were all sort of our opinion changed.
I want everyone to apologize to this poor man who just wanted to help, and everyone shit on him right away.
I mean, it's not like he's like gonna be Kami tier, but it was very interesting how it became like we were all like fucking vomiting at this card. It was just like, Jesus, dude, I'm not really. I'm feeling the vapors here, dude. And you're just about to collapse. And then this card came out. And it's like, it's not that bad. You're good.
Like,
Here,
wish
this
I
guy
was
an
good at-
apology.
I wish I was good at photoshopping, because I just think of that scene in South Park, you know, where I think it was Jesse Jackson pulls his pants down and asks Randy to apologize by kissing his ass. This is exactly what I think of when I look at Iyasu. I just want him to say apologize.
Yeah, that 13-second halt is not as detrimental as we thought it would be. It's still kind of nasty, but it's very interesting. It's kind of like the opposite of FD Ryu hitting the field, and it's just like rush agility. It's like, y'all, give me a minute.
Well, yeah.
Okay, now I'm good.
What I want to bring up is that halt. I don't think it's less of a detriment. I think that halt is what's making this card good.
Yep.
I actually think he would be way worse without the halt, and that's because you get time to drop him and build the rest of the board while he's just standing there doing nothing, waiting for his homies to show up, and then starts the agility. Because agility usually has that problem where if it's an agility that's meant to support other units, it doesn't work out very well because they'll usually be dead because they're just going off and taking all the counter damage. But that halt just gives you enough time that you need to build up and
But
set up
when-
your play.
When I saw this card and thought about evaluating him at first, like I thought about it long and hard, and then I said, "Huh, it's a good thing Darkness Illusion isn't meta,
Yep.
or any of those
And
alt
dead.
damage cards."
And dead.
Like, thank
Oh,
thank
that
God
happened to
those
me.
things suck, because if
Really?
those things were good, this card would be awful.
Yeah, that's the thing. One of the first times I played this card, I ran into a Temptation deck that had all
Oh,
these
no.
halt damaging cards. So he died for 2 MP, so I wasn't sold on him immediately when I first played him, I'll tell you that.
Yo,
That
man,
is
this
so
card
sad.
sucks, dude.
Like, imagine just, throwing this guy down, and then your purple opponent throws down that 3-cost Ada that does, like,
Yeah.
6 damage to all halted units, and you're like, what just happened?
I also had somebody use this card to perfect block something that was dealing 4 damage. So I'm like, okay. So he just
Yeah, you don't do that.
stood there the whole time, and it was just like, yeah, he just died without a fuss, dude. He's just 5 MP.
Yeah, this guy's insane when he pops off. He's really fun to inspire because you can protect him while he's halted for longer. You could of course shield him too, buff him, whatever, heart tank, go nuts. And he's an instant threat. Like, he becomes the priority target even on a board with like other legendaries, which is pretty insane. So your opponent has to find an answer for him, and if they don't, they pretty much give up right away, which I've seen a lot of people just instant forfeit as soon as this guy hits the board.
Really?
That's how
Wow.
that's how good he's gotten. Yeah, for this meta.
Dude, he's the guy
so
that,
yeah.
like, you say the party's at 8, dude. He shows up at like 7:45. He's got to
Yeah, a lot of
wait,
people-
dude.
Yeah, a lot of people said like, oh, he just gets halted right away. That's awful. But yeah, it actually is pretty smart how to design him that way, and I think this card is really well designed because of that. But yeah, if Darkness Illusion like ever becomes meta again for some reason, then this card just falls off big time, which is pretty funny.
People are saying great pretty overwhelmingly. Does anyone think not great? What does Iowa think?
I think he's good, and I think he only got better because you could use him with Shield Spire. You know, once he goes off, he just, if you don't kill him, he'll just never die. And Shield Spire makes it harder to kill him.
You don't kill him, he'll never die.
Yeah,
Man.
like you can't just
I mean,
block
yeah.
him efficiently.
Yeah.
You know, because of the agility thing, he trades very well. If he doesn't die to whatever you block him with, he'll just run off and then destroy you. It's pretty good.
He's really fun.
Yeah, the fact that the attacking clause happens first is very important. If you're trying to like block him with the exact damage, you might want to add 1 extra just to be sure if you can.
He's very hard to kill sometimes because of that.
Yeah. So
Pretty
he's
He's got 4 HP and he's coming in. You might want to try and find something that'll counter for 5.
Mm-hmm.
he can become his
And
own
he-
win condition, which is
Yeah.
what the cool thing is.
Like the fact that he just like isn't included in a long line of like insane 5-cost legendaries that green gets is pretty crazy when you think about it.
And he's
Because like there's so many
man.
auto include 5 costs right now for green, but this guy fits right in. Like, yeah, that's good design.
I wish it was
If-
a 6 cost.
If red green coral ever comes back, dude, yeah.
If he was 6 cost, then yeah, get in
Yeah.
the car, as Matt would say. Like instant, like Kami tier. If he was 6 cost.
Yeah, that'd be scary as fuck, dude. I'm telling you, they gotta add cards that are just like ups MP value of card. Whoa.
The funny thing is, because of all the legendary 5 costs that green is relying on right now, my hot take is I don't like Bombast anymore.
Yeah,
No, you
Bombast
can't
got
bombast.
some
No. You can't bombast
many.
this guy. No way.
Too many fucking Alfreds.
3 costs, dude. It's like Alfreds. And Oichi bringing back several Alfreds, so you'll have like fucking 6 Alfreds in a game. Sounds good.
Yeah. I mean, there's Alfred, there's Fate, I mean, like, this is one of the big reasons why a lot of despair lists are running Corrosion Vial right now, because, you know, Day of Nightmares, whatever. But, yeah, Corrosion's very popular right now because of cards like this.
People are saying great. Looks like great. I think we put it in great. Yeah, we put it in great. Are you guys ready for the last unit?
I'm ready. My body's ready.
Ready?
This thick lad, 10 cost, 5/12, dual tribe. This baby can fit so many tags in here, dude. Shield, anti-air, victory. It does its HP and damage to a random enemy unit. So early on, you can use it kind of like Oni in a way. At least, I mean, Oni's limited to what MP cost units can kill is a victory thing, but just the fact that when this goes off, man, it's just like, bam, deleted. And then the thing that makes it actually consistent, see that 10 MP cost, you're gonna be like, well, how does this do any work? It any attack or any action card effects become a halt. Any. So can't obliterate it. It's a fucking halt now. You can't halt it. It's a halt now. You can't heal it. It's a halt now.
Yeah.
You
It
can't.
works both ways, right?
Yeah, it works both ways. I've seen it where people actually harass this card with like Chain of Fists.
Yep.
It's kind of
I
funny
tried to
in that
shield it
way.
once. And I was like, oh, right.
I've seen someone try to gold orbit, and it's like, okay, nothing. Just
Yeah,
halt.
you can't do that.
It was you? Oh no.
I love the design of this card. This card is so smart, and I can't believe they created something like this. Where
It's one of the
it's
smartest
pretty
cards.
oppressive. It's pretty oppressive in certain matchups, but for a reason. I mean, it's expensive as hell, but I think it's really well designed. And yeah, I call this the great equalizer for green, where you know, their worst matchups have to respect it, and if they don't have an answer for it, they just lose.
Yeah, this card has single-handedly gotten people to run Legend Akuma in their deck.
Yeah, this is one of the big reasons Master of the Fist Akuma found its way back in the meta. And Raging Demon is still popular for obvious reasons. I mean, other than that, Black doesn't have many ways to deal with it outside of just constantly tanking it and just hoping for the best.
Dude, immediate.
Which I don't think it's that hard. This is where I'm gonna come in with the hot take, because I know everyone is probably gonna go with Penguin or Kami tier. I think he's just great.
Really?
I don't think he's as oppressive as a lot of people think he is. I think he is one of the best design cards in the game, and that's what holds him back, because the Kami and God tier, the Penguin tier cards, they're not well designed. They're broken. This guy is not broken. This is one of those legendaries that is like, shit, I need to find an answer, but you have time to find an answer. You get to play the game while he's there. He's definitely got some crazy combos with like Legend Feline, giving him another shield and plus attack. But there are a lot of ways to shut him down they don't need to be specific answers. They can be just through playing the game, which is why I love this card. This is my favorite design legendary in the game now, bar none. But
This is my favorite new card.
Yeah, it's my favorite new card, and it's my favorite design. But I do think
Same.
he's honest. He is a very honest legendary that can be taken down. He can win you a game for sure. But I've just seen him fall too hard to like just zombies and Sigma with those stats. And you know, he's still doing his thing, but there are a lot of things that aren't specific answers that take him down pretty quickly, that could send you behind your investment. And I do think the color that he gives the most trouble to, which is purple, is really not that strong in the meta anyways. But he is very nice against purple.
You think he's best against purple?
I do.
I think he's best against black, but yeah.
I have
get what you're saying,
never lost to a Titan playing black. It's
really?
Yeah, I've never lost to a Titan playing as black.
I think a lot of the
I-
poorly made decks are
not a
gonna
good
lose to Titan, just because I've seen people where they're afraid to put down a unit to deal with like a 4/6. They're like, oh shit, that's too strong. Well, this is a 5/12. They want to delete that. They want to put down units to do that. But I agree that if they have like no units on the field and you just drop Titan, they're just gonna drop shit one at a time.
Like, we might have to make a separate poll for this if it comes down to it. If we can't all unanimously agree on Kami tier, because I do think this is Kami tier, but if, I mean, you guys are thinking that Iyasu is the better choice for Kami, then I guess we could make a separate poll for it. To me, though, like, this card is the one card I'm scared of when going against green out, if I have a clear answer for it right away. Because I think, yeah, it's it's at 12 health, but that can go up more, right? Like if they spire it, if they play Legend Felines, if it's a human, you can buff it up more. If you're playing Soaring Spirits, you can buff its HP up more. Like you don't have to buff it with just actions. There's ways around that. And if it just gets bigger and bigger, it's clearing out boards on victory. Like this is like easily one of the best victory units this game's ever had for a reason. And it has anti-air. Like I love it on that alone. Like another anti-air unit in this game that they remembered it existed.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not saying this is bad. I love this card. I just don't think it's as explosive as other cards that we would put in Kami or Penguin tier.
I think it's a huge threat as soon as it hits the board, which, you know, qualifies it under Kami, where, you know, it's a card you never want to see yourself facing. And if you do find it, like, you have to deal with it right away, right? Like, it's really scary.
I don't think
It's
right away. I
it's a
think you can
lane
just play it out.
occupier.
I mean, I've had people, like, ignore it as long as they could,
Yeah.
and it doesn't work that way for them either. Like, you have to find an answer for it.
There
I could-
are ways to get around it, but sorry,
Oh, I was just gonna say that its victory ability is kind of like similar to what is it? Master of the Fist Akuma, but Master of the Fist Akuma just kind of like sits there, so you don't really have as many options to deal with Akuma when he turns into Oni than you would against Sengoku Titan. And I'm actually on the side where this is actually a great card and not Kami, because it is balanced. The fact that you can deal with this card with anything, like I can't remember a game I've lost to this card because I've always known how to deal with it. But I feel like Ayasu is a better Kami tier card because I have less answers to Ayasu than I would to Sengoku Titan.
Because it depends on what you're playing.
I think any deck can deal with Sengoku Titan. You just gotta not be bad and spend your mana well.
I mean, they both get sealed by, you know, Karen Ascension, sure, or CC, sure. But Iasu is really easy to deal with, especially for black players. You know, just having it at the right time. Like, if you have a Cruel Game or even a Living Death while this is on the board, yeah, like, what is that?
it doesn't go away.
That's like nothing, right? Like, you can't destroy this, but like that alone makes this better in my eyes. But, you know, that's player perspective.
I think it's the strongest just because it's caused people to add a card that they wouldn't normally run just to deal with this singular threat.
Yeah, but that card isn't bad outside of that. That's the thing, is that card still serves other purposes. You're not running a card that only answers this. And it's I think there's just way more answers to this, especially, like, you know, you can just kind of grow gates to kind of win trades pretty well with this guy, and that's generally how I deal with him when I'm playing black. And you just, I think what it comes down to is this guy has a lot of answers that are cheaper than 10 MP combined, right? Orochi was such a problem for a lot of the colors because you weren't getting rid of an 8 MP Orochi without spending like near 12 MP and a lot of cards. This guy generally can die a lot to things that end up being less than 10 MP resources. He's still really strong, and you know there are those setups, but they are very specific combo setups that if you don't have him, he can be a little worrisome. Like if you don't have your Soaring Spirits set up, or you don't have Feline in hand. I just think he's very fair. I love this card, but I just think he's too fair for what this game is right now, for him to be considered Kami.
I think he's a lot stronger than Ieyasu. Whether he's twice as strong, you know, indicating MP difference, I'm not sure. But I do know Ieyasu, I can deal with him pretty quickly.
So
Mallet,
Mallet,
that's just me.
You're gonna have to make the poll. You're gonna have to make the poll, Mallet. Like we
Another
need chat
poll?
to decide because we're split here. We're split right now. We're 2-2 on.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I agree that I think he's stronger than Ieyasu. I just don't think either of them are Kami tier.
Well, green needs a Kami tier.
I don't think we have to put one in Kami tier. I just don't think green got a Kami tier this set. I
Oh
think
my
this card is
God.
Kami for green. I just don't think they got a Kami
Okay.
tier.
I think this is certainly the strongest singular card in green. I don't know, like, it's definitely fair. It's
Oh.
definitely, it's something for green players to have against destroy happy black.
Mal,
No,
you
and that's
said when you were with the poll, I was gonna say Titan versus Iyasu to make it more specific on who the chat would vote for.
Oh,
Because
if we
yeah.
have to have a Kami,
Sorry,
it's him. I just don't. I think if we absolutely have to put a card in there, that cheapens the tier a bit, and I don't think he belongs in Kami.
but we've always done it with this one card from every color.
we need a green up there, and I think this guy belongs up there.
Jesus
have to
fucking
have
Christ,
one,
you
I guess
people.
it's him.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, the way I thought about it with the poll is that I have one card on screen at a time.
Right. But to me, I think like we need a special poll here where people actually vote for the specific cards that they want to see in Kami tier.
Fair enough.
I want everyone in the chat to vote on this one.
41 viewers, I want to see 41 votes, dude.
Please decide for us. Because we can't. And whatever the result is, we're going to put that in Kami.
You all have the power.
This is a big one.
Yeah. I
You're going to
won't
vote on any
allow
poll. This is the one.
no additional votes, by the way.
People are going to use bits.
No, I turned that off.
Oh, you can turn it off.
Just make it 1,000 bits for one vote. give me $10, dude. On PS4s.
You're watching
Just-
us on your PS4?
Just yell at your TV.
That's cool.
Oh my god. It's not letting me vote, but I vote Titan.
It's looking pretty overwhelming anyway.
It's looking like their MP costs a bazinga, dude.
If I was still playing mono green on the ladder, I would use this card for sure. I mean, I would use Yasuo as well, but this
I would use it as
this
well.
has helped me
Like,
come back from.
I don't know.
mono green.
I feel like I'm not trying to sell it as it's bad. I think this card's really good. I just don't. I think it's Kami. But if we have to have a Kami, it would be
Yeah.
good.
I know
just
exactly
don't
what
think
you
it's
mean, but it's not gonna
like, he's
stand up to
getting-
our
In my
rotation.
mind, he's getting a participation trophy. He's not going to stand up to a lot of 8 MP. He doesn't stand up next to that red legendary that's right next to him most of the time.
They kind of work the same way. In their own way. They can clear a board really fast.
They beat up each other, dude. Himiko dies in one hit to Tadakatsu, dude.
Yeah. That's pretty funny.
Wouldn't be the first time I woke the household because of a card game.
Damn.
That's the spirit. Oh man, that was more intense
And
than
I
I
wrote-
thought it would be.
And I really like that he's dual tribe. I want to mention that again.
Oh yeah,
because
Dual Tribe is nuts.
we need more dual tribe cards.
If I wasn't running all these non-legendary decks, I would have put him in my human coral, but
I just remembered
Yikes.
the last time I streamed with Spire and I played this guy out and then I did Legend Feline and then Iowa typed in my chat, "What the fuck? He's a human?"
mobile
I
suit.
was like,
dude?
Megazord.
yeah. Like,
Got a little human in him.
Trinity, dude. He's like, burp.
I actually lost to a feline who had him on the board and played Trinity. It was pretty nuts.
What a god.
It blew my mind and I lost like right after. Because the other two units got really buff.
Well, it doesn't work on him, but he does.
It doesn't
lend
work on
his
him, but
points.
it's buffing the rest of the board by 2. So we had like feline and CC. And it's like, yeah, that's a 4/4.
So this card, we're moving on to actions now. We got the Gura Shuffle, dude. 1 HP to a friendly unit, and your hero gains 2 life. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Hmm. Well, if this archetype was good and didn't have the 30 HP thing, this would definitely be a good card. But with the 30 HP thing, it goes down to all right. But because this really is only going to be paying off in that, I think this one takes 2 hits because it's very bricky. Can brick too, since it requires a unit. So this is gimmick for me. Even though if you are running that archetype, you would use these.
It's not the worst thing for 1 MP, but it does require having a unit to pull it off, right? Like you can't just cycle this.
Yep.
And your hero will gain 2 life even if your unit dies in the action phase, right?
Yeah.
So I would think of it more as like a hero heal more than an HP to friendly unit. But the fact that you need a unit to set it up is kind of awkward. Whereas other hero heals, you don't need a unit, right? So it kind of loses points for me on that factor.
If the unit dies that you're trying to heal, do you still get the hero heal?
That's what I'm saying. It does heal the hero.
That's nice.
Because it's 2 separate sentences.
The thing is the reason you would run this over the other healing, because when this got shown off, my biggest bitch point was why would you ever run this over sapling, which can't brick and heals the board more and heals you more. And the reason for that is you want your hero healing, but you don't want it to heal you too much because you don't want to hit max too quickly. So that's why these low heals are very important.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
And that's why I like this card more than I initially did, because knowing that. But also, the thing that I hate about the whole archetype is what makes me like this card a little bit more, which is, it's not terribly great.
In theory, this would be 2 separate buffs with charge shot if you had something like a Bell Guardian on board.
Yeah, you definitely put this in charge shot. Though it's kind of one of the problems with the whole archetype too, is you're losing out on actual defensive skill actions to make the archetype work.
Yeah, this isn't replacing shields.
Yeah, but it has to replace shields if you're playing that archetype, because you can't run that many 1 costs that requires units. So that's where it becomes a problem, and that's where this whole archetype falls apart, because you're sacrificing.
I'll keep my 9 shields instead.
Yeah, that's why, like, for that archetype, this card would be all right, but because you're going to have to replace a lot of very important cards just to play it, this falls in the gimmick for me.
Everyone thinks gimmick too. We get something with like a decent resonate effect, and we fit some life heal stuff in there. That's gonna be ridiculous, but till then, it might just be a gimmick.
I mean, I've seen this with like Resonate X, and I messed with it with like Resonate Diablos, and that's nice and all, but a shield's better. I mean, obviously you run this because you're going with the healing archetype, but you're going to just get more consistency out of a shield, and you don't have to wait for the enemy to hit you and all this. It's just so much maintenance and setup.
I mean, yeah, if a liberating slash is heading your way, do you want to protect a unit for all that damage, or just heal that unit for 1 HP? There's a little bit of a difference. Just a little bit.
So we talk about a gimmick here.
Yeah.
Gimmick boys. Let's move on to something a little bit more lighthearted. The Meathead Special, dude. He's got Hoju right on it, dude.
Oh, yeah.
3 MP to give 3 attack to all friendly units that already have heavy pierce on it. What the fuck?
This is...
This
This
is
is
the
the
weirdest
definition.
fucking card, dude.
This is the definition of win more. Like there isn't a bigger win more card in this set than this one.
There are
If
no
you
words for this fucking card, dude.
if you somehow have 3 heavy pierce units on the board already, there's a good chance you don't need to buff them up. But if you do, you probably just instantly won the game.
God damn it. Win more of the card, dude.
It is win more. Like, yeah.
All I can
Why
really
would you ever
think
do
of is
this?
if you had 3 of those dogs that they introduced, and I don't know how you'd get 15 MP worth of fucking shit on the board like that.
Take.
Taka. You put them all in the graveyard, and then you have your Wesker friend use Living Death because they can't fucking avoid using it, and then you're just like, yes, the board is mine.
Oh my god. It's
It's certainly a thing.
yeah.
I mean, if you want to be practical about this, it gains decent value when you have 2 of them, but when do you have 2 units with heavy pierce on the board?
Maybe
That's
it's
not gonna have one get murdered in the action phase.
Yeah. I
I
mean, I've
still
had
use
2
the BoA Reaver
Itskis on
Super
board,
Tyrant, dude.
but-
Yikes.
Yeah, like even in the deck with Itsuki or like any heavy pierce like Cammy, like you're not using this card. You're not even using Glare, which fits perfectly on them. Because you don't need to buff them. They're already doing insane damage. It doesn't matter.
There are no useless cards in my grandpa's deck, for I play the Meathead Special.
Oh my god. That's good.
It's the Papega Special. I'm just gonna limit this to Gimmick, Cute, and then Mother. Give you guys a minute.
Papega special. Oh no.
I mean, yeah, when I think of Papega, it's just like, oh, is it somebody? It's like somebody who's dumb. It's like, no, it's somebody who doesn't think and kind of runs ahead and does something crazy. So this is really the definition of Papega for me. It's just like
Meathead, right?
yes, you activated my trap card, the Meathead Special.
I wouldn't be surprised if Gung Ho like designed this card and there would be like, you know, the NA players are gonna love this one.
Oh, aggro.
Like must buff. Big number. Instant kill.
Big number boys.
Oof.
Yeah, it's really limited to lightning kicks, and it's just why.
I've seen it with lightning legs. It's pretty funny.
People say mother. Others say
Um,
gimmick.
I don't think it's Mother. It's not replacing the mirror.
The mirror, dude.
That's
30
for sure.
HP, but
God, we
I
have
would say
so many mother options in green this set.
I would say cute.
we might have to meet Chad halfway and go to cute. Oh boy. Oh boy. There's no reason to play this. I know it takes a lot of setup, and even then, it could just be upset so easily. Water Dragon's Roar. This is probably the card you thought you were thinking of.
Yeah, it has the dragon.
It has the same character on it, dude. Gives 2
Yup.
attack and heavy pierce to a friendly unit. So Glare of Contempt can do it for cheaper, but it had some conditions on it. This one takes the conditions away, but it makes the cost higher. So you play this card, and then you play the Meathead Special, and you have +5 attack, but your card's probably dead already.
Yeah, I actually hate this card.
What's the highest HP unit in green?
Highest HP unit?
Yeah.
It would be like Mika.
I guess Mika in theory.
All I can think of is like Mika, and then put this thing on it, and then Meathead Special, fucking question marks, profit, dude.
The Diablo's legendary can get up there. Sakuya can get up there.
Put this on Sakuya.
Yep.
I did get
it's-
rocked by Sakuya once the other day because they kept resetting it.
I mean, this is pretty good on like Ascended Karen. It's pretty good on Iyasu. I mean, there's a couple really good cards you can give it to. Of course, Heavenly Kicks Chun, but you can just, but all those you can just glare, right? Which all work the same way. So it's kind of weird how this is designed. I guess Shara would be annoying with this.
Yeah, but if you're playing Mika, just play Lara for cheaper. It's true.
Yeah, I do like this a little more as a choice to glare, though, if you don't want to run an all humans deck, so you don't have to worry about it bricking. And then if you do have any MP reductions, if you do bombast in there, you can still get the heavy pierce on reduced MP units. I think it's good. I just wish we weren't leaning so heavily into heavy pierce.
Yeah,
this
they
card I
had
think
way
is
too much
really
heavy
good.
pierce.
I'm over that as a mechanic. Over with a lot of these just win in couple hit mechanics. But we keep getting more support for it.
And like this doesn't seem too much play for a couple reasons, and even glare isn't seeing too much play. Like it pops up every now and then, but like the thing is, if you keep adding certain cards of a mechanic, you're kind of playing with fire right now with all this heavy pierce. All it took was one card, right, and it ended up being Rising Sun. But yeah, like the fact that they were just able to print more cards with heavy pierce, like they had to have seen this coming. Like it's gonna get out of control eventually.
Yeah, I'm just not happy that we have this card because this thing is going to potentially become a problem for the game when new units that could take more advantage get added.
Like it'll definitely show up in like a green-black Assure list like 4 months from now, guaranteed.
I'm surprised Dongo hasn't put this on Kasuga yet.
I think
True.
Dongo's just trying to have fun with the game.
I mean,
Purple Green sounds fun to him.
he has his own degeneracy, like in the process, because he's able to heal back like 40 HP with Denjin Purple.
Whooped my ass the other day on stream, dude. He was like,
I mean, it's pretty dumb when you can run a deck with like 3 hidden intents and not have to worry about your HP.
Oh yeah, he
Anyways.
showed that to me.
Yeah, it's really dumb. Like I knew exactly how it worked as soon as I saw that too. Like I didn't have to see it in action.
Claire with Devil Breaker? Damn.
Yeah, like Devil Breaker's coming back. All those aggro lists show up eventually.
I think this card is alright. Sorry.
I think it's good.
It's close to good. It's very close to good. The only issue right now is that glare is slightly better for the targets that you want to use it on. But I mean, even putting this like on a Shara is pretty scary.
Outrageous.
Yeah, can definitely add up.
Overall, I
This
like
card
this
is
more
great.
than glare, just because glare forces you to play and make
Yeah,
you do
Glare's
it a
more
certain
limited.
way.
For sure.
The amount of people that I've seen like bombast a unit and they put glare on it, like, haha, it's like, you don't get your heavy pierce.
Nope.
It's fine.
Don't work that way.
Chat says alright.
Yeah.
Just put this on Nidhogg, it's fine.
Yeah, it can definitely work better on lower cost units. It's just hard to find a lot of good lower cost units that you want to give it to right now. Maybe the lips.
The lips? Put it on the lips, dude.
Maybe the lips. Maybe the mirror.
But what about the anti-air arrow? The anti-arrow. Remember this card? Gives anti-air to a unit and a 1/1.
This card's cute.
It's a funny card.
It's a funny card.
I just wish it wasn't a 2 cost. Like there's way too much stuff that already deals with flight in green. Like imagine if this was a purple card or even a black card. Crazy, huh? That would never happen.
No, thank you.
No,
Do
we
not
need to
ever
we need to
give
fly
Black
over
does
those
not
We can't give
guys.
fucking need
anti-air to other
anti-air.
colors. We can't give anti-air to other colors. That's fine.
Comes out of the ground and it goes into the sky, dude. It's
But like, if you
Purple
want,
doesn't need anti-air.
if you really want to give a unit anti-air, why not use Leap, which is 1 MP and gives all units anti-air. If you really wanted to deal with a flying unit, you can just use Seal. Like, the buff doesn't make it that much worth it to me. And then what's it? Typhoon is 2 cost now, right?
Yep.
So you can just do that too. It's a weird card for sure.
I think it'd be really good if it were 1. Just unfortunate. Just a 1 mana difference.
Yeah, you can use Lightning Rod as well for cheaper.
Yeah, if this was 1 MP, I would really like this card because then it's not a dead anti-air card that's in your deck if you're not playing
Exactly.
against flight.
Mhm.
But at this point, like, I think even now, if you were gonna put one of these in your deck, you're better off with just Leap because Leap can be cycled.
Yep.
Leap is just 1 MP. It's just not worth it. That +1/+1 isn't worth it. There's already like a lot of +1/+1 for 1 MP cards in the game. I don't know why they couldn't just make this 1 MP.
Right. Anti-air is just
Sorry.
too strong.
Too strong, dude.
But they keep giving
Shit.
green all the anti-air. Or, you know, red will get anti-air, but it's only on like 1 legendary every 5 months. Cool.
They can turn all their machines into anti-air.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna turn out the poll on this one. I got kind of invested in saying, yeah, okay.
Okay.
It's my anti-air arrow.
Anti. My anti-air.
What I tell him, man. I'm about to call in my anti-air. I'm gonna beat you up.
It's decent if we go back to flight meta. Flight is always meta. Because flight is broken. Spoilers.
Damn.
But there's other ways to deal with flight that green has. Green has like 20 ways to deal with flight units now. That's why I said this should go to another color. But whatever.
Time to go back and make a new PB dive bomb with flight. Flight focus.
You definitely win games with that.
I just feel like all the flyers, traditional flyers, are just so like low HP that they'll just get shredded by any red deck. It's just like, yep.
Yeah, red will probably beat it up because they actually have anti-air. What a crazy concept, I know.
Oh no, I just mean
Just
like
give
they
him-
have enough damage to
give him
kill
one
it
mana
before
thing.
it does anything. Like, no card will be safe enough to do any damage unless you dive bomb it for the extra HP.
No, but I say like if they play something like Ken, you're probably fucked.
Oh yeah.
Or Dragoon, right?
Or Cannon Driver.
Oh damn, dude. Poggers, dude.
Oh, I
Cannon
love
Driver's
Cannon
kind of
Driver.
pogger.
The card's sick. I miss my machine deck.
The fact that flight cards can be buffed with so much horse shit is why flight will never always be broken. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, just flight by design was always. I don't want to get into it.
Oh, dude, Final
you guys
Revelation.
don't, I
I
feel.
love this card. I actually love this card. 4 costs to put 2 cards in your EX, and then it gives all your units in your hand an EX plus 2 HP. This card
yeah, I
is
saw you-
really cool for
I saw you using
Coral.
this. Yeah.
Although, I swear to God, if you put 2 of them, they will always be side by side, and you will always feel like a fucking idiot.
Dude, I saw you playing this card the other day, and I just had to squint my eyes, and I was like, "What does this do again?" And then I would watch it, and I was like, "What does this do again?" Like, I had no idea what this card did when I was watching you play it.
You can compare it to Life Powder, where you have to you play it on a unit and it gives it 5 HP, and it also heals your entire hand. But this draws 2 cards in your EX, which for Coral is great news because I fucking hate it whenever it's like you have to try kind of hard to get some tools to put stuff in your EX, whether it's like Rescue, whether it's Allies Consolation, whether it's Bombast. This is kind of an 2 for 1. And you generally get your 2 units in there. It heals your whole hand for 2. That's really nice.
Yeah. They just have to be units, which can be awkward in green.
Yeah, even if you have a few units in your hand and you pull a couple actions, it's still pretty nice to heal your hand as long as you're hitting. I'm trying to think what would be a good amount. What I'd be happy with.
Be even happy with just 3 units. To be
So
honest.
yeah, 3 or 4, 3 at minimum, 4
Yeah.
would be decent.
I
I'm
just
trying to
wish this
justify the
was
cost.
3 MP. That's
Yeah.
all.
That's what I'm thinking.
3 MP would have been nuts. I'd have been all over that. 4 is heavy.
It's pretty playable as a 3 cost. Yeah. Like trying to justify how much value you can get for 4 MP to make this worth it is kind of awkward. But I think this card's pretty cool. I like the idea.
I like it a lot.
I think it's a solid 2 of.
I always loved life powder, but again, needing a unit on the board and then it was just a little expensive. Made it awkward.
And there's also there's some other 4 cost actions in green that kind of fit the same type, right? Like the whatever that draw card is that cuts the cost in half.
Unwavering Faith.
Yeah, that card. And then there's another card, right? Does that just buff HP and then it like creates a copy of itself or something, right? The one with the priest on it or whatever.
Oh yeah. If your board is full or something.
That doesn't draw. Yeah, but whatever. But the fact that this draws 2 is really good, I think, because it really helps set up like a decent A-trans right away.
A-trans, but that's cycled out, isn't it?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Use those cards.
Don't worry about it.
Oh man. But yeah, I like this too because we have Allies Consolation, which does the same thing. Where if it pulls a unit, then it heals it, gives it more HP. I like that this isn't so dependent on the RNG of what it pulls, right? Like obviously there's some RNG where you want it to pull units so you get even more value out of it, but you can at least guarantee if you have units in your hand that they're gonna get that buff, so it might not be like complete waste.
Buffing the whole hand is nice though. I like that.
Yeah, however, it does get heavy, like so heavy that like when you play it, you do feel that 4 MP, like you got to catch up a bit.
Yeah, and you don't want to run like 3 of these too because as with a lot of the draw 2 cards actions, right? Like you can't play more of them until you empty out your pocket.
I fucking ran one of these because I was like, I don't want too many of them, and then I never saw it, so I put a second one in there, and then like I think the first 2 times I did it, the final revelation pulled a final revelation into my EX, and I'm like, are you fucking serious?
Though after watching Chris today, I'm fucking terrified to put anything in my pocket now. Thank you.
Ah, yes. Please keep pulling into your pocket, please.
Any griefers? Chat says good. I think it's good. It's got a sizable drawback, but it's got a sizable advantage from it. What do you guys think?
I think it's good.
That's alright.
It's alright.
I can see a place for it, but you wouldn't want to run so many of them. So it's between good and all right.
This card would be great if it was 3 MP though.
Yeah, if it was 3, I'd be like, hell yes, dude. Put it in my... Attach it to my veins. Next card. We got a fuller looking tier list here. This is the arrow. This is the weird one. The Purifying Sparkle Arrow.
The weird one.
Yeah, this is the weird one because it's 3 MP to give all your friendly units 2 HP, and both heroes gain 1 life.
I don't fucking know why they did the both hero 1 life. It's so... It's like the 1 damage from Fate, where it's like, it doesn't really make that big of a difference, but it's just like a small slap to the face that didn't need to be there.
This probably shouldn't cost 3.
Yeah, it's way too expensive. I understand. I would like this more for the healing archetype because again, you don't want to heal your hero too much. So 1 healing is great. And I think the downside of also healing your opponent for 1, I think that was enough to justify making it cheaper. but they didn't make it cheaper. They made it very expensive. This card's awful.
I feel like
Mother tier.
I feel like it's close, right? Like I feel like a lot of these actions that heal units and the hero at the same time are very close to potentially making a really strong deck, and that's what like cards like this are why people are saying Charge Shot has potential again. But the problem is Charge Shot got nerfed, and it also sucks. So yeah, that's kind of the downside to making cards like this, and then like post Charge Shot nerf, right?
I feel like Mallet when he was talking about Jill, where like every expansion is like, look, Charge Shot cards. It's like, yeah, but 21 AP, that shit's, it's not.
It's pretty brutal.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
There's no card. There's no card to print to fix that unless it's like a art charge card.
Yeah, green probably needs some
Arrow
art charge.
tier.
I don't know why red's getting all the art charge while green is sitting there with the empty plate.
We had some in core, and they were terrible then. So, but
Green
Oh,
early,
yeah.
dude.
maybe we'll get some new ones that are good.
I'm
Yeah.
waiting for that mix mechanic. That'd be sick. Mix
I
me,
do find
daddy.
it cute how I do find it cute how Celestial can proc twice before Gaia armor happens once though. That's pretty great. That's pretty godlike.
Listen, AP
Pretty sick.
charge. Did you see that? Do you see that one clip where I played the cannon twice in one action phase? I got an entire envoy off of that, dude.
Oh,
Like,
games and maintenance now.
Yo,
Interesting.
we could talk shit about that cannon, but I would play it in green so hard just for the AP charge.
I know it is funny
Yeah.
how it's like it started as a joke, but I was like, I'm kind of digging on this card though.
I'm still not sold on it, but it was pretty funny to
Against
watch.
purple, it's really funny just to see like it
It's pretty
obliterate.
funny. Yeah,
It's just like, what are you gonna do about
But-
that? It's just like I can't reach it too much.
Yeah. But I feel like there's some points where you had to use it against black, and it was just like, oh man, you just instantly
Oh,
lost the
yeah.
game there. Like, oh,
I think
no.
there was a moment where I also played it on like a Sigma, and I had like 10 MP, and I had another
Yeah.
one. I'm like, no, you don't get your fucking your predation.
Again, it's funny. But,
It's
yeah.
the biggest flex in the game. Oh shit, it's down for maintenance. Oh.
Yeah.
yeah, game's down for maintenance.
To fix those
Just
things.
don't as long as you don't leave the card viewer, I think you're fine.
Oh yeah. Good point. Cute then. Cute. Any cuters? Any
Probably
wooers
cute.
in the chat? They're gonna delete
Cute.
Tyrant.
I don't think it even works for the.
If Dave Nightmares was just gone after maintenance, that would be a miracle.
Dude, what if you were playing against? What if it was a green mirror and your enemy was running also life gain stuff, dude? That'd be fucking monkish shake, dude. Let me help you out, bro. Let me reach over into your pants.
but then you can put them back at 30, and it's like, oh shit.
No.
Will
Then
was
it's time
grinding.
for my lips.
Will's literally been playing all day long.
Now it's time for you to pucker up, dude.
Oh my god.
Lip deck, dude. Who's gonna be the first to?
All right,
do-
I gotta make a lip deck. I'll make a going over to Auntie's for a kiss deck.
Kiss deck, dude. Oh no, dude. Mechanical Trap Room is next. It's a better value but less powerful aid. Like aid for 3 was just I always saw that and was like, ew. 1-3 for 3. Now we got 1-2 for 2.
I lost to this card, so I'm automatically rating it higher than I normally would have before.
Wow.
I hate this card. This card's really good. This card's better than it should be. I'll say that.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's good.
It's
I don't know,
interesting
man.
because
I
Fighting
lost-
Spirit is really bad because it's attached to a crappy fucking Explorer, and it's like 2-2 for 2. It's like, oh hey, play a unit instead of take damage for Psycho Power. And then this is like, okay, well, same mana cost, but you don't get as much attack.
All I know is I lost to a guy who played Green-Red Flight, and he lived. His Seregios lived off of 1 HP because he had this card. It's the One powers, and it made me very sad.
It made me very sad because if he had an import instead, I would have won. But I understand why he's running 3 of these. Because it's more buffs, it's more value, it's pretty solid. But I understand why, just play Blade Shattering for more HP, Smile. Yeah, Blade Shattering is busted. That shouldn't exist in the game.
What if you ran out
and
of
I'm not
Blade
saying this is,
Shattering?
like, great, huh?
But what if you ran out of Blade Shattering defense? You already have 3.
Yeah, you do 3 of those. You do 3 of these. You run 3 more shields. You run, only 6 units, but they're all flying. And who cares, right? You just win the game.
God.
Like that dude got the 2100 with Thunder Edge Flyers because of cards like this. Like it's just so stupid how much you can buff units very easily with blue mana. Yeah. Anyways, not gonna rant too much on that, but I think this card's better than it looks. I mean, it is just another buff at the end of the day. How much does Human Experiment do again? Is that 2/2?
That's 2/2 if you're below.
Yeah, that's a limit, right? So this one is a bit less conditional than Human Experiment.
Oh. I was saying Heartless Experiment. I was like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
yeah, but yeah, like black buff's better, blah blah blah. But it's in a red-green aggro deck. This isn't awful to do. Like playing this on like a Rashid even is pretty solid.
And then Choso Kabe is mentioned in the flavor text, dude. That guy's just cursed, dude.
Why is blue mana a thing? So dual color decks can thrive. That's why.
Yeah. Good. People are saying good. It's good. Yo,
Yeah, I think
Batman's here,
I think
dude.
it's solid.
Good.
I added the thing, dude. Where is it?
Hunger, please. What is balanced in this game?
Yo,
Cards
it's
that are not
him.
seeing play right now.
What is balanced in this game?
Bad cards, I guess, are balanced. They're too fair.
Too fair.
No, I think there's some balanced cards that are still meta. It's just very rare to see something like that.
I think good is a good place for this. It's not great, but it's it'll get the job done.
I think it's solid
Yeah,
because you're getting a mix of both.
I think it's good. I thought Chris was leading into like this was a great level. That's why I was like, wait, what? But I think
No,
it's really
like
good.
you're not gonna run 3 of them in like every green deck, but it's not the worst buff for what green can do as well, right? Because it's you can do Beast Cannon, which is just +2 attack, or you can do Blade Shatter, which is +3 HP and a shield if you get enough memory, which you always do. But this falls in between for me, where it's really solid and it does fit well in a lot of decks, especially red green aggro.
Yeah,
Hell
I like
yeah.
it. I like it a lot. I think it's one of Green's best 2 MP buffs right now. Just because it is that mixed balance. You don't want to go too heavy in attack or health, but it's not too crazy in what it's buffing, and it's not conditional as well, which is super nice. I like it.
So the next one we have is The Time Has Come. So have I, dude. This is a 3 MP fucking obsessive duel, pretty much. But it's not from your graveyard. It's from your hand. It's not from your hand. From your deck. And this card, I was like, just big, like, what face about it until I saw Thirsty using it. And he was fishing out a lot of people's like stuff that like gets shit on play, and they weren't getting it. I was like, damn, you just got fucking screwed, dude.
Yeah,
It's pretty funny.
So this card though, I am torn between gimmick and cute, because I like that and it was fun, and when it goes off, it's really fun. I realized that this card's existence is in the worst possible color. This is in green. If this was in any other color, this card would be way better, and that's because this only works early game. If you get this mid or later game, you have a dead card in your hand because green has no removal outside of like Doll's Memories. And that's the problem is once you get like 3 units from either side down on the board, you're going to run in the problem where the only way you're clearing out a unit so that you can play this is by putting a unit in that same slot. and then like unless they use a destroy or something, you're really at their whim. You can't use this card again.
Well, yeah, there's that, and then there's also the fact that like the units being placed, it's not, being played from your hand. So there's a few units that you don't want this to pull, is the thing. And the thing is right now, like with units like Karen and Cammy being so meta right now for green, like they're pretty much auto included in just about every green deck. You don't want to pull those from your deck with this card, because if you do, their value is substantially dropped, and you might just lose the game off of that. This works really well with Yasu, and of course he's on the card, so that's cool. But there are a few units that you do not want to pull with this, and I don't see a reason why you wouldn't run Cammy in a deck just to make sure that this gets better value. It's not worth it.
Yeah, I did like this in growth decks because you can pull out those 5 growth units early for cheap.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Combo
Like True
them.
Power could use this.
Yeah, it just became the problem where it only worked in your opening hand. After that, it just never worked because if they don't have an empty slot, this does nothing. If they do have an empty slot, but you have a unit in front of it, then all it's going to do is give them a unit, and you get nothing from it.
Pulling Diablos with this would be pretty tight.
It is. That I did do that, and that was great.
Nice.
But then I stopped getting lucky, and I stopped getting this in my opening hand. And then it started being terrible. And also,
There's
I
some
just
lucky
got in
rolls.
some really bad spots too, where I was like, yeah, I pulled out a 5 cost. It's like, oh, but they pulled out a gate and then immediately grew it. And because of the order of operations, my guy attacked first. And it's like, cool.
Oh, that sucks. It
Just
works that
lost
way.
Nothing.
Does it try to
yes.
match the MP value of the cards, or is it
No.
like it could pull a
No,
3
it's
cost
random.
for you and a 5 cost for them?
It can,
It's
yeah.
definitely random.
It would be
that's
interesting if they
why-
tried to make it bonus for you. Like it pulls one of your up to like 5 costs and it pulls like lower for them or something.
There's a lot of downsides to it, right? Like, and if you have an open slot in front of one of your units, that's already on the board, and then you summon your opponent's unit in front of that, then you're not getting your own unit out there. It's the same issue with like Obsessive Duel, like you said before. So there is that RNG element to it. It can be very bad, but on an open board, it's pretty much guaranteed.
When you pull
Yeah.
from the graveyard, it's like it's one thing, but the fact you're pulling from the deck, it was just so funny to see you play this and have it fish out someone's like Kadeen. It's just like, damn, that sucks, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best part is they lose their on play effects from any of that.
Like you can definitely do this to like screw over black specifically, because a lot of their units are Ascension, especially now. So like if you pull out one of their Alexias, that's really valuable. Even though that's a 3/8 you have to deal with, it's better than like losing one of your units to her Ascension effect. Unless they're playing Raging Demon, then that's just funny. Yeah. Anyways.
The fact that you could pull out Boat Guy, that's kind of funny. You could pull out
Yeah.
Boat Guy and they don't
You
get
wanna
shit.
explore. Yeah.
Yeah, that
There's
part's
just
nice.
there's funny ways to use it, but yeah, overall I'd say it's not that great.
I think overall this card would be way better and more playable in a color with more removal, so that if you do have a unit, you can clear out more slots to kind of set it up. But green doesn't really have that option. I guess with like Hakai, maybe you can kind of set it up, but that's still really hard.
Yeah, this like Secret Wall says, this also really ruins Jill. Like a ton of Jill's units.
Yeah, you're pulling
Get
out a lot
screwed
of
over by this.
on-play effects. Even if you pull out Dimitri, dude, that's fucking dog shit. 1/5, dude. There's some
Yeah.
really funny things you can do with it.
Dango
And-
says played in Ashura.
I was
Yeah,
thinking about
yes.
making a deck with just for this card, but it would be basically trying to like run a bunch of like growth stuff, because growth stuff doesn't really have much play, but when it's on the field, is you can stack stuff after that. That's when most of its effect comes in. So yeah, I can see it that way. I don't think it'll pan out too well, but it is really funny to see someone get their stuff pulled out without play effects. It's like, yep, oh, sorry, dude, that sucks.
Though if
mean,
you
not
were
the
doing
person-
this, sure, I think you're better with summon minions still, because you don't have to rely on all that stuff.
Yeah. Not the not the burst or bubble dango, but the logic of these being the same as summon minions is the same logic of obsessive duel being the same as rebirth, and no one plays obsessive duel. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Dude, I got cucked by obsessive duel. What are you talking about?
It's terrible.
It is terrible,
I mean,
but
it can work, but there's a reason why Uro does not run them.
chat put it in gimmick. What do you guys think?
I think gimmick. It can go off if you get it in your opening game.
This card's way worse than than obsessive duel. Yeah, it's that's what I think is actually more interesting about it is that obsessive duel is usually used pretty early when you know what's in the graveyard, you know what's in your graveyard, and it's like, oh, I killed one of their guys. Like, okay, but time has come. Could be anything. It's kind of like, let me get some intel. We get that play effect. Ooh, not no more. You don't.
Yep.
Let's see.
But I'll never forget
dude.
that gate popping out right in front of me. Fucking, I think it was a Yasuo pull. It was horrible.
Oh
We're
shit.
almost at the end.
Almost at the end. We got the Tadakatsu power charge. You know,
Actions.
it sounds like something you'd buy off of Amazon when you fucking want a portable battery, dude. And he's charging his iPod on this fucking card here. You're paying 3 mana to give 1/2 to a friendly unit. So what we were just talking about before, that 2 mana card. And if your hero's life is high enough, you give 1/1 to every other unit. I haven't seen this card except from when Steven used it against me.
Yeah.
On like day 1,
This-
in which it got to pop off really hard, and I was like, "Fuck this card."
Yeah, this was pretty popular early meta. And this does pop up every now and then. Like I saw a couple Japanese streamers trying this out in their green decks. It's not the worst thing in the world. Like AoE buffs for green have always been overcosted for the most part. And for the half the cost of Trinity, it does pretty decent value, similar to a Trinity level, but not as much, of course. I find it weird how this is like in action with Tadakatsu and it has him on it, but it won't work with him. Like if you try to buff Titan with this, it doesn't work. It's kind of weird to me.
We put up a poll for this one. This one is definitely weird but interesting. Scary but fun, dude.
I like
you
this
get
card a
this-
lot for similar to the same thing I was talking about with the red card where you give +2 attack to one and then it gives +1 attack to the other two. I like it because it's kind of I like to use it the same way of trying to guide my opponent into destroying what I want them to destroy or hit what I want them to. Because they can see what's getting the bigger buff, and that'll typically be like, that's the one I want to deal with, when really I'm just trying to give the other two +1/+1. It's pretty nice. I don't think it's amazing, though. I would think this is probably in good. I think it could pop off, but it can be scary.
And the hero life condition is pretty important. So definitely better early game. Like if you open Felicia and then put this out there, it's not that bad of an opener. But in general, you want to use this in response. You don't really want to just toss it out there if you don't have to. It's definitely better as a response mana card.
I think this card would be really cool if Green had a hero art that just let them spawn 3 units. That'd be fucking cool, wouldn't it?
Nah. Green isn't allowed to do that.
Green's not allowed to swarm.
No. I mean, they can swarm. They're just very limited to their options.
Yeah, just play
Swarm
leader
with
summons.
2 bad options.
Yeah, I mean, three leader summons is pretty much what Japan's doing, and it's working for the most part. I mean, you have to ascend. I think that's the way to go for Green. For the most part, Ascension is still really strong.
I know they fucking killed all our mid-range Ascension units, and we're like, just go with the heavy Pierce one so you can win in 2
Yup.
hits.
Just
'Cause
play all
God
your
damn you
legendaries
for
and-
trying to play the
Yeah.
game out.
Yeah, like the 5 cost with the Iski and the 6 cost with Hutzel, those are both seeing play right now, but you're definitely not seeing any Turtleoids anymore.
Shame.
Curious what chat thinks about this one.
Yeah, this one is. I tried it and it was okay. It definitely popped off harder when I had it used against me.
Mhm.
Off those mana
Pretty solid.
units.
Even in a dual color deck like black green or something, this is not terrible. Or red green. It's fine, but not amazing. It's pretty good in Dango's opinion. Yeah. I actually wouldn't mind running one of these in a red green. It sucks as an epic. I mean, a lot of epics in this game, Graws, are pretty bad. Some of the worst cards in the
Yeah.
game are epics.
And yet some of the
It's
best
pretty
cards in the game
sad.
are commons. Oops.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how that works out.
But they're all black.
Iowa comes back.
Sure. Sure. Dual
Good,
color's fun
yeah.
to flood the board. Dual color can definitely fill the board if they wanted to.
I think that's a good card. Chat says good. I say good. I think everybody else kind of in the same region. Good. That's good. Anybody object to good?
Pretty good. Yeah,
It's good.
putting it right next to the trap makes sense to me.
Hmm.
It's not the same level.
Next one is... Oh yeah, I see this one played all the time. Great Deity's Protection. There's a 2-mana card to give 2, 4, sometimes more life. Well, I mean, 2 life, 4 life,
Depends on
or
memory.
also 4 life and gives what do you call it? The 4 spread among your board.
Yep.
Which holy hell, get in the car. Any gooders in chat, dude? The Great Deity's Protection.
I love this card.
This
This
card
card's
gets it
tight.
done.
I really like this card a lot and has some of the best artwork in the set. Just, you know, I can't say bros because Amy's a girl, but yeah, dude and dudette just hanging out. Yeah, the art's sick. I can argue that this is great, but in my Spire list, I only run 2 of them, which I guess qualifies it as good. But I won't accept it as being less than good. Is what I'm
You
getting
just-
at, I guess.
You pet the dog and you just start glowing green. Look at that. Holy shit.
Amy's a good boy, even though she's a girl. Artwork is sick. Just hanging out.
Dog
So
is
I'm-
radioactive.
I'm kind of torn because I do think the card is great, but similar to what Chris is saying, I don't think it's ever really a 3 of. But I do think it is. I still think it's great, even though it's not like an auto 3 of. Because I also think if you do run 3 of them, you're not really hurting yourself too much, anyways. I do think it does get a little weird with the life heal archetype. I think this card is good outside of it, but I know like everyone's instinct is to put this in the hero heal archetype, but I think it actually heals you too much for that archetype to be consistent.
Right.
But I do think it
I hadn't
fits
considered that before.
in. Yeah, it does fit in otherwise, right? Like you're still hitting your board for healing, which is really good, and you're healing your hero. It's not
I do
healing
think
as
it's a bit
much.
better than Sibling, yeah.
Yeah, it's not healing as much as Sibling, but I think getting that board sustain is kind of worth the 2 hero health you're losing from using Siblings.
And you just need 1 unit on the board. It doesn't matter how many are on the board, they'll get that, HP buff. So you're basically healing a unit for 4 and healing your hero for 4. Once you get the memory 2, which is not that difficult. Or
It'd be
memory
pretty-
4, I guess I should say.
It'd
Yeah,
be
memory
pretty feels good, man, to have like 2 units in the field. You play this, and even if they kill one of the units, that 4 HP is going to 1 unit. Just like, okay, cool.
Yeah, the distribution actually helps out a lot here, but I found it to be very, very good and very playable when I did my testing with green. I feel like a lot of people are sleeping on this card because I don't see it as much as I think it should be played.
Lost some
that
voters,
you're not
dude.
seeing as
Only
much
3,
green.
only 5
Yeah,
people
exactly.
voting.
Like green's pretty rare right now too, but I feel like this fits in a lot of green decks. Like even dual color decks. Like green black Ashura could definitely use this over sibling, I think.
I would definitely recommend they use this over sibling.
4 memory can be awkward. It depends on the deck, I guess, but
It's saying I need to pay channel points to vote. You need to
What?
vote, or channel points should be like if you want to add an additional vote.
Yeah, but
Here.
votes are free. Just
Your
wanted to.
your singular vote is free, but if you really love this card, Smile. I haven't voted yet.
I will say one thing to keep in mind though is that board healing does not proc if you're at full health. It also only procs based
Right.
on how much you heal. So if you're at like 28 and use this, you're only going to hit the board for 2.
Yep.
But this isn't an early game
Paid
card anyway,
vote.
so I think that's perfectly fine because you're going to be working towards
Yeah.
that memory for it anyway.
Yeah, I
so
like
I
using
think
it
that works out
later.
in this.
It's really solid. I'd probably put it under good, but I can see the argument for great. I want to put it in great. I really love the card. It's like one of my favorite new actions, not just for green, but it's it can be limited. It's very situational at times.
Any bribes in chat, dude?
Do you need to pay to vote? Make healing archetype work at 30. Yep,
That'd be great.
that's
Yeah.
what we've been
If,
getting
if
at.
it's still counted as a fucking heal.
So where are we putting this?
Sounds like either great or good.
What did chat vote on?
Said good, I believe. Or no, they said great, but it was only like 5 people voting. 3 people voted great. 2 people voted good.
Ooh, yeah. Some people are voting yes. That's weird.
It's making you pay to vote?
Schmo said he had to pay.
I pay 1,000 points. That's weird because when on my
What?
additional, I think it
I
says
only had,
additional.
I will say it is a little awkward because it doesn't like. It might not be obvious that your vote went through on the first one because I clicked it and then it just
What
immediately
the
changed to give
fuck?
points.
Yeah, that's
my
weird.
vote did go through.
It only says that Schmo paid to vote to even the poll out.
I'm gonna guess that's Schmo is accidentally voting twice because you can easily do that just by clicking through it.
Only Schmo had to pay, dude.
Well, Schmo, I think you have to delete your account and make a new one. That's the only answer to solve this problem.
He's like, yes. It tells you spent points, dude.
Yeah.
Yep.
So is it great or good?
My heart says great, but
My heart says great, but you're
My-
not gonna
my
run
brain
3
says
of
good.
them.
Yeah.
I think it's great. I don't think you need to run 3 of them for it to be great. but
It's
also,
good, dude.
Because in my mind, when I think of for like great, you may not have to run 3 of, but I think what knocks you out of great for 3 of is if you run 3 of them and that'll actually hurt you.
Yeah.
Where it gets too bad. But I don't think running 3 of these actually hurts you that bad.
I think it's a solid 3 of. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can run 3 of, and it wouldn't hurt your deck overall, depending on what the deck is. But generally you'd want to, right? Like I would easily say Fate is a great card, but you probably don't want to run 3 of them. But you could, and it could pay
Yep.
off, but you wouldn't want to. So with
Yeah,
that,
it's
I
been a
would say
while
great.
since 3 Fates was a thing to do, so that's a good point. Yeah. Yep.
It's good.
Good.
Even though I saw
Time to
Busy
make a new
run
tier.
into 3 Fate or a Boros Wesker today.
How you guys doing today?
Yeah, I mean that's
I'm
just
doing
greedy.
good.
That's just greedy. Whenever you see someone running 3 Fates, it might work for them in that game, but it's greedy. It's gonna backfire eventually.
Yep.
A final
Temptation is on the
card.
ladder.
But I do think you're safe for running 3 of these and 3 Fates.
Yeah.
Lemon Party.
Yo, we got the
Ooh,
final
I'm
card, the
curious.
Golden Showers. I keep forgetting what this is called and just call it Golden Showers. People were like looking at me funny, like,
Really curious what you guys think about this one.
I think this
Chat.
card is all right.
I'll take off allow additional votes just so Schmo can vote.
Golden Shower.
If you don't like Golden Shower, Lemon Party is also available.
Oh my god, I can't call it golden showers. Content does not meet guidelines. Holy shit.
Shower
Ruh-oh.
of gold.
Finna
This
get
card's
banned.
a little bit better than I thought it was.
Yep.
This card's a
So-
little bit worse than I thought it was.
Tell him, Iowa. Tell him.
Golden baths, dude. You could call it that, dude.
I was really against this because at face value, I just didn't like how I think Trinity was better, you know, because it's a one-time effect and you get it immediately. But the reason why I like this card is because if you play it, then pretty much like only paying 5 MP, which is 1 cheaper than Trinity, and then your investment kind of like trickles down over time, which is different from, you know, just getting it all at once. And I think in a sense that's kind of better for Green because Green really has a tough time of winning their games. So they kind of need to have their investments, you know, just kind of go throughout instead of just having it there and then, you know, Black destroys other stuff or Cruel Games happens. I mean, I guess Cruel Games would still screw this up, but you get what I mean, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
This thing will keep being a pain in the butt over time instead of just being something that you have to deal with now or, you know, you lose. So I like it for that reason.
It's well costed. I feel like if it was 4, it would be way too good. But if it's 6, it would be unplayable. I like it as a 5. This is definitely good as in response to stuff like Fates, or Demon Hands, or whatever. Single or Destroys, Obliterate, what have you. And the fact that this is like so Ascension friendly is really good too. Like having a full board, playing this out, and then just ascending, you know, once. That's insane value on just one tick, not even including the other ones popping off. This is all theory value, of course, but the times I have played this card, it has worked really well. I did eventually drop it out of my Spire list, sad to say. It wasn't as great as I was hyping it up to be at first, but I think people did sleep on this card in the long run, and I do think it falls right around good, between good and all right. But I think it can do really well in certain matchups.
So when this first got shown off, I didn't like it, and then I thought about it more, and I started liking it more. But then just playing more with it, I'm back to just it's all right to me, and bordering on good. But I think the cost is a little pricey, especially with the setup and especially with the amount of ways to kind of avoid it entirely. We're also at the point too where these expensive actions are game ending, game shattering, that this just pales in comparison. Super hard. In a vacuum, I would say this card's great, but compared to the other legendary actions in this set, this falls to just all right for me, especially with its cost.
No bungers, dude.
I have made a couple black players like quit as soon as I played this card. That's all I'm gonna say. But I know it's not like instant win in that matchup. Because
I've had the opposite happen where they would just kill off the expensive units first, and then they use their cheap destroys to take out the cheap units after they got the buff.
yeah, like there's
Like-
ways to systematically take it apart if you can't get more units out in time to take advantage of the buff.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where this falls a little bit in trouble, and it's a lot of what Green, I think, right now in the set has trouble with, where it's really good, and it's only better when you're playing against players that may not know what to do to deal with it. But I think it can fall apart where matchup knowledge makes you more aware on how to deal with it, right? Like especially with like the healing archetype, right? Like when you see a healing archetype deck, if the smarter thing is to play slower, so you don't get them set up to start doing their shenanigans. And same thing with this is you can kind of, I mean, unless they have like a god board, then you're kind of just fucked anyways. But you have control over systematically like taking down that board to the point where I don't think it would be as much of a problem.
Sure. I'm fine with putting it on all right.
Yeah, chat was all right to good.
If you gold orb in response to Cruel Game while this is on there, how much of a buff does it get? I don't know. I don't
It
know
would
how
get
that
all-
works.
It would get all the buffs. It'd get
Would it?
+3, +9, I think.
Really?
Should.
It's the bottom, especially.
I guess.
Or the top, maybe.
It would need to be at the top, I think.
I guess it depends on placement, maybe.
I will say it's fun as fuck in a black green dark invitation deck, and you get this on and some tube foxes. Oh my god! As Mallet would say, get in the car.
Get in the fucking car, dude. That thing's flying, dude. You
I
can't
had
do
a-
it bottom. Can we use that out of context?
You tried it on bottom. Okay, Danko. That's a little, it's a little explicit.
Good.
Got nothing.
Good or all right is really the breaking point here. I tried it
I-
on bottom and got nothing.
I
Damn.
say
Well,
good,
like,
but I think
in my-
chat Thirsty said all right.
In my example, when I had this on Tube Fox and then Tube Fox died, the new Tube Fox got the buff. So
Oh.
it's the old unit that had the effect when it dies. It is the one that gets placed from it is getting the bonus, and that's similar to how Gold Orb works, where it just puts a copy of it.
It's the same thing
That's
of how
cool.
Ascension works too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which, in the ideal sense, or the ideal situation of having infinite mana, where you have a full board, you can play this and then ascend. Yeah.
Yeah, like this card is nuts, I think. But if Yawn was more meta friendly right now, then I think this card would see a lot more play. But right now Spire is the better choice by far. So this card just doesn't make the cut.
Everyone's just getting fucked up.
Yeah, if Yon was more meta right now, and I would also love this card a lot more with pre-nerf Turtloid. But you know, with
Yeah.
this card, you can make Turtloid have 10 HP like the good old days.
He got fixed.
I think it's very possible in the future that this will come back when Yawn is more viable and just be a menace.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like Yawn is still technically slept on, but Spire's just so much better right now. It's insane.
BGRD Tube Foxes. Oh god. Fucking bunger, dude.
guess.
You
Grumpin'.
can't use Dark Invitation on them.
You don't want to be a grumpin'. You don't want to be a grumpin' bitch about it, dude.
Getting the bunger. Yeah, using this with invitation is really funny.
I had one of my Thunder Wheels, which I think he starts as a 3/3, right? He got up to like a 6/11. It's great.
Dude, he did say Yawn is being slept on. That's fucking hilarious.
I did say that. I didn't intend the pun there, but I do think a lot of people aren't trying Yawn right now because Spire is just so much better.
I wanted to try it for the no legend deck, but you really need that cycle.
Yep. Yeah.
Five.
I think even Hey Nico's seeing more play than Yawn right now, which is kind of sad.
Oof.
And we all know how Nero is right now, right? Get sorry.
Wow. Any schmoes in chat?
Who's Nero?
Who the hell's that?
He's,
Dude, there he is.
The
dude.
worst
Is it?
green hero in the game.
Uh,
It goes from Feline to Nero, or wait, it's Feline to Chun-Li to Nero. That's all three heroes, and he's the worst of the three.
Man, I really hope Green gets another hero soon because they're falling behind compared to the
I know,
other
it's
colors.
crazy.
Like what?
Falling
Why do all the
behind.
colors get 4 heroes except for Green? That's weird.
Devil May Cry is not in this game.
Oh my god. I saw a Dante player beat Kuran the other day with like some weird shit.
It was a bot.
Like Ebony and Ivory. Like I don't know, it was weird.
Sounds like Teppen.
Yup,
DMC
that's
getting
definitely-
the suck. You think Virgil is gonna be the new purple hero?
Everybody keeps blaming
Probably.
Virgil.
I don't want
I
Virgil.
think
We
a
need
Virgil
a
ends up in
freaking
A colors
change.
purple.
I'm
Oh,
sick of this Sengoku.
I'm sick of this
Um,
Sengoku shit.
Yeah, I feel like they've done everything they will do for now with both Okami and Sengoku Basara with 2 expansions.
They
Thank
could
God I need
do.
more Capcom in my life.
They'll-
'cause
They could
Probably-
do ghosts and goblins and do Firebrand for
Yeah. 'Cause
Firebrand
the
for
G&G
purple.
The G&G Resurrection or whatever they're calling it is coming out next month.
Yeah, they could do
That is-
because They could do Firebrand for purple and then Arthur for green. And he'd put
That'd
on
be
more
funny.
shields.
I know what Iowa
Fuck.
meant, but I still think it's funny that he said, "I just want more Capcom," like Okami and Sengoku were.
Yeah, like, yeah, I know what he meant too.
That's Japan, dude. This is Japan crossover.
If it wasn't for Okami and Sengoku, we wouldn't have gotten Geisha Morgan. So you know.
Fine
I
with
don't care
that.
about that skin.
I don't give a shit.
Hey, I got the skin for free. I'm not complaining.
I heard about that. You opened like one pack.
I got it from a.
Got it from a free pack, dude. He got the
Yeah.
charity. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Free pack. That's pretty lame.
It's pretty lame. I did spend money on that whatever the $60 pack or whatever it was to try and get her before. So it's not like I didn't, pay something, but it was a lot less than what you probably had to pay. So
Worst 2 sets in a row, says Dongo. Yeah,
I don't think.
I think
so.
it's funny how, like, I don't know, maybe people are just getting already kind of burnt out of the meta right now. Like, we had more people watching last time, and everyone's just like, man, I'm mad at Tep. I'm angry now, dude. I mean, I'm angry too, but
I mean,
don't think the set is bad at all.
some of my favorite cards have come from this set, but
Yeah.
some of my least favorite cards have come from both these sets too. So
I think
but
it's
me
yeah.
angry, dude.
The thing is, you can't just add new cards to an old established meta and hope for things to get better. Like, there always has to be a balance in turn to actually make it more enjoyable. And we're severely lacking the second part.
yep,
was awful,
because we got this set and there's a lot of really cool shit in it, but it's just getting dominated by the same sets that we've had forever.
That's my biggest
Yeah.
complaint, and that's what it boils down to. Me complaining about shit earlier. I was getting called out for calling everybody out, but it's really what it boils down to, man. These old sets, just like it's like, yeah, man, I add 2 cards to my old thing, and now it's a brand new deck. Hooray, new meta. It's like, nah, dude, come on.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
like-
because when you called me out playing Black Red, I should mention that the name of the deck is totally new.
funny.
Also, whoever said like he must be playing Kyle's list. Look, no, I didn't even look at Kyle's
Wow.
list, but I guarantee it's probably the exact same because it's the same fucking deck that it's been all year. You just
I know,
change
that-
add up Tube Foxes.
You don't need to change it.
Exactly. That's what pisses me off about it. Is just it's the fucking same deck, but now I can get 2 deaths
I hate this.
for my turtle by using Tube Fox. No, actually 3 because you're ascending it. So.
Yeah, I think Haunted by Memories will always be like one of the worst because not only did it, of course, add new things to the game, but it also completely changed the meta. And that's usually, not a benefit. Like, sometimes it's cool at first because, like, oh, all these new decks are top tier. That's awesome. But yeah, it starts to get out of control really fast. And a lot of those cards are still taking over to this day.
Even after being nerfed, they're still
Yeah.
they're still everywhere, and it's kind of fucking crazy. That set was still the worst set ever.
I wonder how well I would do with a revived Zombo Genesis. Probably not too well, just because how fast they move, and the mirror would be impossible. But well, when Zombie Ryu was starting to get more popular, I made a version of it with Genesis.
Right, you did,
with the bats.
Genesis Corrosion or something. Right?
Yeah, it had bats in it.
Oh,
For
you did
just
bats as
general
well.
damage, but I had corrosion in it for stuff like X Hunters, which you can dismantle X Hunters pretty fast with that shit.
Corrosion's really good right now,
Yeah, it is.
especially
but-
against boats. You probably get a
Especially
couple
wi-
good wins off of it.
Especially when you can summon 2 fucking vials in your despair and be like, tee
Yeah, it's probably
they're
a better way to do it
3/6.
instead of Genesis. But I don't even use Vial in my Despair deck anymore.
It's just so wild, dude. There's so many destroys. It's like, do we need something like that? Do we need corrosion? I know corrosion's pretty good, but just like, I guess it all makes it worth it when you can bring it back with despair and not reliably. But oh, I got one. Okay, well it's a 3/6 unit. That's pretty good. But when it
Yeah,
dies,
it's pretty solid.
ugh.
It's a good unit. It just shouldn't be in the game right now. I'm kind of playing with the idea of like Dave Nightmares doesn't exist, even though it still does. Because I ran to like 3 arrows today and just instantly lost to them. But yeah. Anyways.
I might
Yeah,
try
all
Zombogenesis again.
All those really
that-
high skilled Euro players really got me going.
Oh my
Yup.
god, dude. Fucking, I didn't want to say anything rude, but man, Euro players, fucking, what the fuck, dude? Questionable ass plays. If you haven't seen the clip that I posted, this guy was like, he basically dismantled his own board. Fucking, what's wrong with you?
Like someone said to me earlier when I was getting like upset at Uro, they were like, "Wow, you don't like Uro anymore?" And I was like, "No one likes Ouroboros anymore. Like, not even Uro players like Uro anymore." But they realize that's the only way they're going to win, so they have to play it. That's why they hate it. Like, no one likes it right now. I think everyone would be happy to see it gone.
All the
Except the
matches I've
people that
had
can't
with
win with any other
Uro,
deck.
all the matches I've seen lately with Uro have been just like literally, oh, I have 3 units in the graveyard. All right, waiting, living death. Dude, you don't even wait for me to have a board to fucking remove it with? God, you're so fucking dumb, dude. It's so stupid.
Yeah, and I think Uro can still exist even post Dave Nightmares, but it'll instantly be more fair. Like, a little bit of effort will be required to get Orochi out right away, which
Obliterated your Hayate? Oh my
crazy.
god. It's so fucking dumb, dude.
is you got to use those destroys on something.
Gotta nuke something, dude. Nuke the whales,
Yup.
dude.
Yup, Duke the Whale. Yeah, Rebirth would go away with Dave Nightmares, but they have other ways to revive cards. It would just be more cost effective or more random, like with Obsessive Duel.
Yeah, everyone sign up for the tournament. Fuck those Euro players.
Yeah.
They don't get to join. Ouroboros plays don't exist.
I gotta put
I could
this on
definitely make an
the...
Euro list for that tournament if I wanted to. It just would be fair and probably lose.
Freaking Oro players, man.
It's like the only deck I was losing to today. I was like, as long as I keep avoiding them, I'll be fine. And then I just kept running into them. Like, oh, okay.
Dude, here it is, dude. It's basically... it's basically Blight when it came out, dude. I don't know, gotta nuke something, dude. Oh no, dude.
Yeah.
So fucking good.
Are we all? So we're done with green now. Are there any closing thoughts on the state of green? Did this expansion make it better, make it worse? Is it about the same?
It's funny
green
that
look?
they have fewer strong cards than the red, and we started this off with like, ugh, red.
They got some good legendaries that helps them play like how TEPPEN is meant to be played, where you just slap down legendaries and hope. So
Oh, boy.
I guess they got better, but I think overall Green's in a worse position, especially with just the strength of everything else around it.
Dongo says that Spirit Guardian dude should be in
Guardian
good. Yeah.
Or Bell Guardian? Yeah, we
Aqua
were
Bell Guardian?
saying good, but you have to factor in how it doesn't work if you have full health. So we knocked it down a tier because of that condition.
Crazy how black is better controlled than purple. Yeah, dude, just kill everything.
They control in their own ways. I think purple control can be way more annoying than black in some matchups.
I feel like black does everything good, right? Because you have units, amazing. You have destroy spells, amazing. You have life gain, amazing. You have deal direct damage, amazing. I feel like black just does everything good. Am I wrong?
They don't do anti-air good.
They destroy them. Well,
I guess.
So they do
But
go.
what
They
if
can.
you can't?
They can. I mean, they're most of their answers are just destroy, and that's why people get upset by it. But you take those.
You also
destroys
have
away,
Bolt Reavers, dude.
game kind of goes out of control.
sick of this 2 years worth of destroy shit.
If they had fewer destroys, it would be fine. I think it's just the fact they have so fucking many of them.
I'm willing to hop off the hate the destroy chain. I just train. I just want them to not have such high statted units that have like all these returning values. Like that's what gets me now is these cheap units with crazy stats that have so much utility that just wreck the board. And now
Take
they
those
have a
destroys
hero
away,
art
people
that
can have
swarms
fun.
it for +1/+1
Yes, exactly.
that return 1 MP.
Yes.
All right,
So
Shmo, I hope
have
you like
more
boat
hero
decks.
arts.
'Cause if you take away destroys, you're gonna see nothing but boat decks. Have fun.
I could take care of boat decks. Boat decks.
Get rid of the zombie engine. Get rid of them.
See nothing but
I
boat
just
decks.
want-
You see nothing but resonate. You'll see no. Oh no. It's fine.
Can't play aggro nerg anymore. Yeah, dive bomb. I don't
deal
know,
with
man. I
both without
can't.
destroys. Easy.
I just want destroys to have more thought put into them instead of just like, yes, let's run 30 cards that destroy my opponent's units because I'm that type of person.
Just put Vile in there so you have a recursive destroy card. It's good. I don't see any problem with this.
Yeah. But my point remains, like, without a destroy mechanic in this game, without some way to control like units that get way out of control way too fast, the game
Oh no,
just
I'm not.
turns even more into a whatever. I think we should move on to purple. it's like I'm never gonna convince people that black destroys need to exist, but
Well, we're not saying to get rid of all of them. We're just saying to get rid of some of them.
a lot of people do. Yeah.
All of
They
them.
want to get rid of the good ones, and without the good ones, whatever. I don't want to talk about it.
So you need black to be able to play the game, but only black gets those destroys, so they only get to play the game.
Well, that's what happened
I
during
don't wanna talk
HBM.
about it.
They got during HBM they got locked out.
I still think red is the best color in the game right now, and I know that's a hot take, but we should move on. Sorry, I didn't want to get the last saying. You guys can say stuff too.
It's okay.
I mean, I hate both red and black right now, so that's just two assholes fighting right now.
Yeah.
But I also hate where
it's gone
green
out of
is.
control.
I actually, you know what? I just hate this game right now. I hate all the colors.
Wow.
I mean,
I've been
green
making
is-
my own
Green is in the
fun.
worst spot right now, so yeah, it makes sense.
Green is like, all right, we gotta slap legendaries like red, but they are nowhere near as scary, and they can be much more dealt with. They'll still win you games for sure, but they will not steal as much as FDR and State will.
Yeah, that's why I've been trying to make my own fun, and I mean that's unfortunate in some ways, but it is cool when you can beat somebody with some tools that they're not using correctly. But
Anyways, we're doing purple.
purple?
Yeah, let's go to a
no,
better
we're not-
color, purple. Let's go.
I don't really want to do purple tonight.
I don't want to do purple tonight. We're already almost 4 hours in.
Oh my god. Yeah, it would actually take a long time. Damn.
Yeah. But
Purple's
I
pretty
had
good right now,
fun talking about green.
Green is
like,
fun.
like that tone was just like, yeah, they're not so bad.
Yeah.
It was fun.
What is purple?
Green is fun in the way that you play it for like 20 minutes, and then like, all right, let me go play black now.
I mean, honestly, that's kind of what happened to me last night, trying to like make a non-legend green deck, and I was like, "Fuck this shit! I'm going to Envoy, dude."
It's weird because like last week the only deck I could climb with was Spire, and I was like, what the hell was wrong with me? And then I would see like certain players getting like high rank with green. Like Kuran was #1 for a while with Spire, and I was like, oh, maybe green's in a really good spot right now. But I've noticed over the past week, like these guys are kind of shifting over. Like Kuran's now playing Jill Annie, which is literally just a Jill deck but with a fursuit. And
the
then
fursuit pog.
the other guy switching over to Oichi and like playing other stuff. But right now, like it's interesting because I still think green is good, but it really depends on the matchups you're running into. And I started to see mono green was slowing down a bit, and people were finding answers, or tailoring their deck to counter it. So it had a good run the first week or two, but yeah, it is starting to become less fun. Unfortunately.
Yeah. It's kind of what I thought was going to happen, because in the first weeks you get people trying out stuff, and then they just fall back to the old type, tried and true, and then it just stops
Yeah.
everything. Because like you know, I was doing good with Dark Invitation at the beginning because people were trying things, and then Alfred
Yeah.
Gate showed back up and just said, "Fuck you, you don't get to play."
Oh, it was fun to run Spirit Uro, but the same fucking shit happened. It's just like it was basically the game telling me, "Yo, bro, you want to do spirits? Go play Spirit Despair." Oh, but then you're gonna be inferior to the people that are running Despair Zombies. So, just don't even play spirits. Just don't.
I would have been very interested to see like what these top players think about Titan and why they weren't running them. Like I understand why they wouldn't run them, but I feel like it's potentially like you might have more success if you're playing that card, but it can depend on the matchups and stuff like that. And I know Iyasu is like auto include in every deck, but yeah, I don't know. Like right now, what Green got this set just seemed to be hero HP friendly or AoE buffs overall, and nothing else really stuck out in terms of that. So it's very underwhelming mechanic wise compared to what Red got, which was like even more damage, even more attack buffs, more art charge, like interesting stuff. Like got like Crystal Ball for Red just shits on anything that Green could get. Like
Yeah, Crystal
it's
Ball is
insane.
huge. I feel like they also have like a preference for like a certain hero art every card set. Like when we saw a bunch of Denjin tools coming in, it was like, okay, there's a lot of Denjin cards.
It's pretty obvious.
This time it was like, oh, there's a lot of Envoy cards in here.
Mm-hmm.
And the last two sets or three sets, we got a lot of charge shot stuff. Yay!
I feel like they're pushing lightly. They knew what happened when they pushed too hard with it, so they're just like, all right, we're gonna give them just a little bit at a time. they'll eventually have enough tools.
But I guess as a sneak peek of next week, I do think Purple got some of the biggest buffs and became more playable and kind of leapfrogged Green in the overall hierarchy of colors right now. And yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff that Purple got.
Well, we can talk about the tournament now if you'd like.
Sign up for the tournament. This is the last week to sign up. It's this Sunday. What time did I put this?
I gotta figure out dates for that.
I got the link finally. I'm usually asking everybody for the link. I got it in there. Exclamation tournament.
We got 19 entries too.
Damn.
Oh, there's a lot of good different decks that you guys can play even without Day of Nightmares being available. But I guess, if you're an Uro player, well, get fucked, I guess. Because you're probably not going to be able to bring your deck to tournament.
Wait, why does it already have a bracket?
I think it just automatically puts names in there, right? Based on when they signed up.
Yeah, I'll be doing, going through and doing seeding at the end. Once I have everyone's decks or disqualify people that don't submit their decks.
Yo, Chris D versus Skyridge? Dude, whoa, that's
Sick.
some pog right there, dude.
I hope you like Black Skyridge.
Dude, Earth gets a bye, dude.
Yeah,
I will say, I am going to be a lot more strict on the deck cutoff this time. I've been pretty lenient on that before, but that's because I have to go through and verify that there are no DON cards in all of them, and that's not an easy process. And, I can imagine that, you might accidentally put one in without really thinking about it. I mean, we've been auto-adding cards into decks for so long now that it's very possible, like, yeah, of course I put in Lair. So, yes, make sure I get those decks before the deck submission. You can sign up now without submitting your decks. That is fine. You sign up anytime before. But the deck must be submitted by the 23rd, which is Saturday, by 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
I honestly thought about doing a green deck for the tournament, but then I remembered that Kushala wouldn't be playable, and now I'm having second thoughts. Because that card's kind of important in certain matchups.
I'm not going to say who it is, but someone is going all green.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
I'll be joining for fun. I'm not going to take it too
guess,
seriously.
To that person, if you can hear me, just remember, and this goes to everyone, you can change your decks anytime you want before submission day.
It's Goodmanson.
It's not too late. It's not to change your mind. You don't have to
I'm
play
not
all
saying
green.
who it is.
I guessed it.
Goodmonton
Nice.
isn't the only player that likes to go heavy green in these tournaments.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think of some deck ideas because I will enter. I had second thoughts, but yeah, I do want to enter and see how I do. I mean, the game's kind of in a bit of an unstable state right now until bounce patches, I think. But yeah, I think one of the first tournaments for the community with the new set is going to be exciting, regardless. And yeah, we actually get to do a spectator mode, so you guys do not have to stream if you enter the tournament.
And that's
Oh, yeah.
super awesome. We got
Now we can
commentators
see
lined up.
everything. We got 800 commentators, dude.
Unstable. This is miserable. It's something. Can you give any more details, like who's going to commentate or like what surprises you have in store?
Yeah, I can. So for the commentating team that we have lined up, we got Nintendo. We
Cool.
got. Wait, I forgot. Sorry, these are in like 3 different chats, so I'm like trying to keep track of them. Briu will also be making his commentary debut. He was asked to do that. And one of the things I like about the TEPPEN community is giving people chances to try out things, such as commentary. We've done that with a lot of people. TCS has done that with a lot of people. So Briu will be
That's cool.
in there. James Chen is a maybe. We'll see how his schedule goes out. He said if he's available, he will be doing that. And I think Secret was the fourth. But also I know Secret.
Fourth,
Yes,
God.
Secret. Or was Secret competing? I forget if he was competing or
Better be
commentating,
competing.
because I do remember it was very based on his team winning, which they did not.
Oh,
It's-
the Ravens.
Ravens,
Yeah,
yeah.
they kind of. Yeah. I
Oh,
won't
that's
talk
right,
about it.
Secret.
Sorry, Secret. That was rough to watch.
I want to see that Jill mirror. I want to run that shit.
All right, so Secret will not be commentating; he'll be competing, which is great.
He just entered. Nice.
Secret, that means you got to stream it, and then you
We're
got to do
doing
commentary for your
commentators,
own match.
Yeah, everyone's commentating. Remember?
Make your own hype play and be like, oh, dude." And he did it.
Yeah. That's fine.
I was gonna
As for
say, Oracle, dude,
surprises,
first
no
place,
many other
dude.
surprises.
No secret. No secret final boss at the end.
No secret. You know what?
The
secret
final boss
final
doesn't
boss.
have to.
It'll be me playing X decks. I dare you to try to beat me.
Oh shit.
X healing decks.
Oh man, yes.
Scary.
Dude, we got Earth. If you want to lose to Earth real quick.
I'm really curious to see what Earth brings because he always has like
Wild
really
stuff.
good tournament lineups, and he is very experienced. He knows how tournaments work. He had a rough like Worlds. He did lose first round at Worlds, but I feel like that was just the victim of like bad matchups. I feel like he had a game plan going in. It just didn't work given the certain matchups. Like if he was matched up against some other players, he probably would have got a good run. But it happens. That was probably like the worst matchup that he could have run into in his first round with
Dude, look at-
Kodama's set.
Look at this
those things
Monka-S record, dude. Just joined all 3 of our tournaments, dude. First place at every one of them.
Taking my money.
Taking my
casually.
money.
Just casually takes it all. Yeah.
Oh, I should mention this because I'm in process. I'm submitting the pool money to the Matcherino, which since we did hit 16 entrants, I am putting in $100 for that.
Nice.
But there is the Matcherino if anyone would like to contribute more. And yeah, thank you to Iowa for setting that up.
Match is coming up.
Don't bully the tournament.
Don't bully the tournament. Dude, I told... I don't know if the podcast guys were watching Izzy before he hosted us, but I'm just sitting there eating my pizza, and Izzy's like, "Are you ready yet?" And I was like, No, play one more because he'd already finished playing ranked. So he went and did one more, and it was just fucking miserable. And it was just like, uh-oh. That was my fault.
Well, things happen.
So you're gonna be fine. You just play the fatty.
Why? What did I bring? Yeah, just bring Nash Jr.
To be
Bam,
fair,
there you go. $100 on the Matcherino.
yeah.
Right.
I
That's good.
I was playing some against some like destroy heavy Oichi deck, and I was like, whatever, honey, go ahead. I have 3 Nashes and 3 fat guys. You'll never kill them all. She killed them all. she killed them all. They never got to do anything.
What are you gonna do? Destroy me? Man who got destroyed?
What are you gonna do? Remove all my cards with like fucking like 25 different actions? Yep.
Yep.
It was so
Okay,
funny because
well,
it's like one at a time I'm placing fat guy, and it's just like fucking noodles, Nash. And it's just like fate, fat guy. Fucking put a vial in front of him. I'm like, oh my god.
Is the game still under maintenance? Does anyone know?
I believe
It was
so.
when I last checked. Let me check again.
Damn.
Because I was actually debating on streaming after the.
Yeah, I was
podcast.
wondering
Oh.
if there was gonna be any streams, but
Guess it's
yeah.
gotta be bug snacks. It sucks.
That sucks. No, Bugsnax is good. What was I gonna say? I was gonna ask. My other question was, what do you guys think the odds are that we're gonna be able to talk about a potential balance patch next episode?
Oh, I'm
I
really
am so
hoping.
hopeful.
What we'll probably know what is being targeted, but not what is happening.
If they have anything planned, right?
They do.
They do.
I
Yeah,
hope they do.
that's the
They probably do.
that's the rhythm of
It's
things
scary
now.
not knowing, right?
I'm very
thought that
curious
was-
on how this bug fix is going to go for the jumping lines. Because I'm actually, now that I know about more the resonate flip unit line jumps, I'm wondering if they're not even talking
Yeah.
about the action resolve ones and they're just talking about that one.
I know it's funny whenever you conclude a game and then the screen like kind of like darkens and you can see in the background that the line like retreats. Excuse me?
Yeah, I've noticed that too. The line like goes backwards a bit at the end.
It's like, oh wait, you actually no you
Yeah, it's some weird glitches, but who knows what they're fixing.
Oh,
they
game's down
say
for maintenance
here?
for 3 more hours.
They do, but it's very vague and open and confusing.
MP value decreases under certain conditions. The MP value may not be accumulated up to the maximum value. What does that mean? That can't be talking about boats.
See, I don't think it is, but if that is it, I'm gonna be.
I love when they say like the phrase like under certain conditions. It doesn't tell us anything.
I mean, it could be for Legend Ouija. It could be for like discounted spirits. It could be discounted units in general. Like I don't know what exactly that means.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Because they had the new feature where they show you how much a unit is if it's discounted, which has been very helpful, by the way. Because I do like knowing when a drummer is 3 MP instead of 4. That helps out a lot. Just small situations like that. And if I see like a 1 MP Oichi, it's like, okay, yeah, I can probably kill her a lot easier now. But yeah, I really like that change. But if it's bugging out in any way, I haven't noticed it.
Can I just say my biggest pet peeve that happens in TEPPEN right now is when I have a 3-drop and they have an Alfred on the board and they're right in front of each other and they're just gonna kill each other and that Alfred will definitely kill it. They still have to fucking fate that 3 cost for no reason.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen people do that before.
I see
think
it
the worst is when
all
they like
the
fate
time.
my Alfred or something to like think it's gonna make a difference.
I'm scared,
yeah.
man. They're gonna ascend.
They'll have a 3 cost, they'll have a gate on the board like, I'm gonna bait that Alfred. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Like trying to fake the last second blocker and then getting baited, like that's funny. But if they're already out there, then yeah, just hold it. Like there's not much you can do to change the situation.
I mean, they might also just be like, I need to get this fade out of my hand so I don't break, which is just a strong possibility for sure. But
Yep.
it
Yeah, that's
happens
really
too
the
often to me.
situation. I mean, if you have a choice between that or predation, probably should predation before you do anything else.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyone got one of those PS5s? Those
PS5.
PS Penta, dude.
My
I have one
PS5's kinda been-
PS5.
yeah, my PS5 hasn't really been seeing any play recently.
Oh, I have the chatbot turned off. I got a controller for it for my PC.
Oh, you have the DualSense?
Yeah, because it was like, oh, my controller right now is starting to like, get a little slow and sensitive on the charge port, which I need to plug it into the computer to make it work. So I was like, I'll get a new controller. How much does a PS4 controller cost? They had to have gone down, right? No, $60. So I'm like, how much is a PS5 controller? It's like $70. It's like I'm just getting a PS5 controller. Fuck this.
Yeah, they're pretty pricey. It's worth it though. The DualSense is really good.
It feels really nice.
I think the one issue, like PS5 is just going through one of those things, and Xbox is as well, of course, where like they're just waiting for their next big exclusives. It seems to happen every time the new system comes out, which is why a lot of people are like, you can get this now, it's the new hot thing, but like you don't really need to get it right now. Because right now they're just living off of their older library of games, right? Like they both are. Like, they're living off of previous generation. But like if you get a PS5 and you have PS Plus, you can get a bunch of PS4 games for free, which is nice. So it gives people time to, catch up on those older games before the good new stuff comes out, I guess. But I haven't played my PS5 in months.
I would be surprised if we even got
for it.
We got Persona 6 in the next 2 years. I'd be surprised.
I do need to play Bugsnax though. I do need to finish
that.
Oh
shit!
my niece still wants to play Bugsnax with me. Maybe next time she'll visit.
Yes.
And we'll do a Bugsnax run.
A run, dude. A run.
we'll do a run.
I think I'm close to the end of running. So I'm not sure.
Just like you got your niece like, all right, we're doing any percent, okay?
Yeah, we're gonna jump this mountain.
Start jumping over stuff that you're not supposed to. It's kind of like that. 0 is a percent. It is really funny to do a sequence break where it's just like, well, now you have all your tools because the game assumes you have them all.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, no, we've been taking our time with it. Just
definitely
checking out the bugs.
Am I almost done with the main story, Mallet?
It is all pretty much revolving around getting everybody back to Snacksburg. So you have that quest called the Big Story, and you have to interview everybody. Yeah, once the closer that is to done, the closer you are to the climax.
All right, big important question. Can I, if I finish the story, am I still able to do the side quests after?
You will know when it won't allow you to do that anymore.
Okay, good.
When's Bunger percent, dude? I kind of I need to start, doing like special runs of that, or I just like, well, actually that'd be kind of boring. Unless I bounce back and forth between the two bungers and just bunger everybody up.
Bung it up. I think, I think even when I was watching your stream with the speedruns and stuff, like I definitely saw some spoilers, but to me it didn't really detract from, wanting to play the game more, I guess I should say.
Good.
Because there's just so much you can do in the game. Like the speedrun's only like a very small fraction of it. From what I can tell.
That's why they have like 3 different categories, stuff that you actually play through more of the game. Kyle, no, I mean, we're not talking spoilers on anything.
Yeah, no. We can't talk Bugsnax spoilers because I'm not done.
And that's the reason why I've been like doing if I do a run, I'll do it as like my first game of the day. I won't like I'm afraid of like playing Teppen and then like switch to that and like someone's like AFK and they click back in. It's like, oh my god,
Box nice.
why is
Yeah,
Beffica pregnant?
It is cool to see. It is cool to see like you guys branching out and doing like other games. To me, like I don't know, like it's been weird. I've just been wanting to stream Teppen more than any other game right now. And I've done like other games in the past for different streams and stuff, but I don't know. Whenever I want to stream now, it's just Teppen.
It's contagious. I see other people stream and I'm like, I get ideas of my own. I'm like, I'm gonna make my own deck like this. Or even sometimes it's like, yeah, I kind of want to
Yeah.
get on and play some No Legends Jill. It's so stupid, but like, I've actually been enjoying playing the No Legends decks.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people are not enjoying the meta right now or struggling in ranked and stuff, but I don't know, for some reason, I guess maybe because there's still new stuff, but I don't know, like I'm actually enjoying watching the game now than before, because the last few months I would kind of just like take a break, and last month I only played ranked for like 4 days or something, but I'm playing a lot more this month for sure.
There's still plenty of time. We got, I'm sure, like Tube Foxes will be like, yeah, HP -1.
I don't know
Who's
what
that?
they could do with foxes to change them, but they definitely need a change because
Attack -1 would be kind of big.
Yeah,
Like
I think
right
just
now-
-1/1 on its unascended and ascended form is fine.
Oh yeah.
I guess that would work.
Any Hall of
Yeah.
Famers, dude? Whoa.
I think but what's interesting is I was pointing this out earlier, but like Black in general, they are very strong and impressive right now, but they don't usually win games like right away unless you're doing like a weird aggro like Sure thing or real high roll. But with the inclusion of Fox, like all of a sudden you can win games very fast, which is pretty insane. Like that shouldn't be a thing in Black.
Yeah, Kushala has always been annoying to me. So I don't see it as too shocking that it's coming back. Hate that shit.
No, Kushala, while it wasn't that viable last meta, it makes total sense this meta. Especially because Dave Nemers is still around, so of course you would play it. But yeah, it's very good at certain points. Not amazing in all matchups, but since Black is so popular right now, you're seeing a lot of certain decks coming back, which is what I predicted. Like you're seeing Resonate again, right? You're seeing even Rakoha, which is very anti-Black up to a point. Yeah, like those decks will thrive as long as Black stays relevant.
Good luck playing Rakoha in the tournament.
Yeah, you can't do it. You can't, because you lose a lot of value with your weakness cycling.
Really? Colleen? Not Colleen. Yeah, Colleen.
You can play Colleen, but you can't play Reploids. And you can't play Deadly Traps. Like those two cards alone pretty much destroyed the deck.
I was like, what the heck?
Like those are like the backbone of early game Rakoha. Like without those cards, you can't really keep up.
I will say when I was going
Purple,
off on
Jill?
my rant on the last stream, I did say that I do think Black is the only color that can play kind of mid-range right now that doesn't need to like kill you in 2 to 3 hits. Which is unfortunate because that's how I like to play, but I don't want to play those cards anymore. But
I still think.
I'm-
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to answer Mars Crisis's question. Any question on set rotation? We know that it's happening this year. LOL. That's what we know.
Yeah, I mean the news post said it may happen. That's literally all they said.
It said TEPPEN in 2021.
The implication was that with every new card set, older sets would be cycled out, but it wasn't guaranteed. There was just like a this might happen kind of implication to it, which means they can do whatever they want, but
Yeah.
we don't know.
In short, balance change. Maybe?
Maybe balance?
Yes, or yes question mark.
Yes?
Yes, sure. I think it will.
it'll more likely happen than not, but we just don't know, and we probably won't know until maybe a couple more days. We might see a news post pop up.
Planned update for 2021. Here's the infamous thing.
Yeah.
Current, November 13th, 2020. All sets are usable. After the new format is added, so it says we'd like to announce that here that in 2021 we'll be adding additional formats to the game. And that's when they said standard
mode.
unlimited. Oh, draft mode. Naked grandma, dude.
What?
I get that reference.
Oh, I covered it up with the visor thing, damn it.
Yeah, the game is
My bad.
covered in
Yeah,
news
formats
posts.
to be added. Naked what?
Naked grandma. Ugh. Gotta watch that clip again.
Been waiting for the zombie engine to die. It's almost been a year. I know. That's the reason why I'm so like deflated. I love spirits, and it's a shame that spirits couldn't even take off in their own goddamn like couple of expansions because zombies are so damn strong.
Leave zombie engine alone.
Angry
Kyle,
face, dude.
I think it has to go, Kyle. It's been too long.
Kyle, you could play spirits. Think about it.
Spirits are totally playable. Like spirits are really good, but zombies are better. That's the sad part.
That's what makes me the saddest, I think, is I was having fun on day one and never thought you would get me to play Uro. I played Uro for like 4 hours, dude. I was like, yo, give it to me.
Zombie engine needs to
Yeah,
go. Like I'm playing Red
can't,
Black
yeah.
now just because it's the easiest thing for me to climb with. but
OEG can
I'm
go.
tired of it too. It needs
Like-
to go.
Like one of the biggest issues, especially for dual color decks, is that they get so much free mana with the blue MP in the action phase. But playing a zombie deck is like, what if I had blue MP all the time?
Yup.
Like, what if I had more blue MP to play, like extra MP that I do not necessarily deserve, but I got it, so might as well use it.
Red Black's just a fun deck. Well, you can play Red Black without zombies. You just need to think.
I think
They're
there
just
are some good
too
Red Blacks,
well
yeah.
statted. Like we don't have to get rid of the units, but like they're just too well statted. It just doesn't make sense to play anything when you have these 2/5s, 3/2s, 5/2s. Gate also just is an
Gate becoming a
annoying trouble.
6/9.
Yep.
You're just constantly rewarded for losing units too. I fucking hate that. It's like you try to remove like turtle and it's like, no, I blew up my unit, does 8 damage. Okay, well fuck you. Just like, cool.
Yeah, Turtle's pretty busted.
That's my struggle. Everyone complaining about how many deados fucking Jill gets, and it was still like, it was just never enough, dude. It's always, every time I try to remove their fucking turtle, and it was like, oh my god, blow it up. Oh my god, bring it back. Alright, there we go.
And it's,
Your board's gone.
and it's funny because they introduced a lot of effects in with Amaterasu, including GDI, which ended up kind of being a gut reaction to, you know, the whole zombie thing taking over. And it kind of worked for a short while, but then they introduced Oichi, who just floods the board faster than GDI can control it, and it just gets out of control. And I don't know why they
2-8
did that.
Alfred.
I don't know why. I'm not exactly sure if that was a good idea.
Yeah, the fact that they can bring back Alfred with Despair really just fucking makes me just chew my own teeth, dude. It's just
Yeah, it's
like,
insane.
no.
Yeah, and I've said it before. Like, if you can bring Alfred back more than 3 times, like if you can play more than 3 Alfreds in a match, then yeah, that's meta as hell. Like that's insane. Like you
If
probably
they-
shouldn't be able to do that.
I would literally be happy if they just reduce Gates' HP by 1. So that way, like, if you're gonna grow him, you have to grow him immediately. He shouldn't be able to like trade with another 2 for like 2 attack lines, so that you get the safe counter. Like, it's too easy to ensure that you get the counter hit when he hits 6.
Yeah, it's pretty easy.
Yeah,
Well,
it
even
feels
in
like
a dual color
85% of the
deck, it's not
time
easy.
you will get that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of changes they can make. It's just a question of whether or not they think it's, you know, good to make all those changes. Like, I feel like they could do safe nerfs like they've done before, which wouldn't end up changing much. But I feel like a lot of cards are overdue.
But yeah, one of the easiest changes they can make is cycling out Day of Nightmares. So they should probably do that.
Okay,
And then
just
that
2-2
would be
instead of
a good
4-4,
start
right?
to balancing the game. So maybe do that
Yeah,
first.
if Gate just got +2/+2, that would also be better. It's his growth stats, and then also the low risk of it because of returning 1 MP off in his first growth, and
Yeah.
turning into a 6/9. That's just trading with these huge things. It's kind of just
Pretty
it's
nuts.
a bit much. He does too much for 3 MP, and is too safe to play overall. Like
Yeah,
most
2
of these
MP
units I've
units.
accepted on them being there. They just need. I think their stats need to be toned down for what they're returning.
It's really bad that when you go to make a black deck and you have, like, it's not Uro, it's like, the first thing, at least that I do, is just like, Gates, Junie, because they cost 2. They do a ton of damage, and they only cost 2. That's not
Yup.
fine. Getting called out, dude. He got the big gift box. He can say whatever he wants to say, dude. man gifted 10 during a snacks run. He was like, he's my favorite person here as far as we're all concerned. Just kidding. No. This is where the streamer gets to watch the viewers fight instead of the viewers watch streamer get mad.
It's funny though, like when looking at the meta and the top decks right now, like not too much has changed since the first week, but there are some slight directions that people are going towards now. Like I said, more people are picking up Amy now instead of sticking with green, or some are going to black, like Yossi, who's known for playing purple mostly. Even he's been playing Raging Demon. Like it's kind of interesting to see which way certain players go and what they're ranking high with. But to me, like I've heard a lot of interesting takes where it's like, yeah, right now Oichi Despair is like top tier, but by the end of things, like it might get figured out and then it will drop. But I don't see it slowing down anytime soon. So I'm kind of curious if that's ever going to happen. Like, is there going to be a lot more purple to fight it back? Like I expected, but I don't know. Like purple's around, but it's still beatable. So I don't know. It's interesting to see
I think purple's gonna
like
have
how things are going.
purple is gonna just run into the issue where it is a really good counter to black, but it just loses too hard to red, which will be around.
To red, yeah. Yeah. And we even saw Will playing Despair earlier, but then he said in chat that Luigi's bad, but I don't know, he's being weird.
I mean, he's not
yeah,
even running Curse Extraction. He needs to go steal some kid's lunch money.
He's not running Extraction, which is a big problem, I think.
It's not a phase,
that
Mom.
list. And it's interesting because, yeah, like I don't think there's one definitive Despair list right now. Like you can run it multiple ways, where you can run Corrosion Vial, you can run it without Vial, you can run 3 Junie, 3 Gate, you can run only 2 of them. Like the list I used today only had 2 Junies and 2 Alfreds, which sounds insane, but Despair works so well right now that you can just bring them back and you're technically playing a 3 of, right? Like it's just so stupid how well that art works, where you can play 2 ofs for all the 3 costs and it doesn't matter because you're technically playing a 3 of, since it's coming back with Despair.
And oh
So there's
boy, where
a lot of ways you can do it.
Or those few people that thought 28 AP is going to be way too expensive to be playable.
You can switch out 3 or 4 cards from your unique build. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm saying, Dango. There's so many different ways you can build it, though. I think, because I think Incense is a crazy good card right now. And you can run more than one, or you can just run 1, or you can run 0. Like, Basically, what I'm saying is like the game might have been figured out right now, where the top decks are clearly the top, but there's so many different ways you can make that deck your own, and still win. Where it's like a little versatile. Like there's no perfect list, I guess.
They unveiled the card that Karan designed.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
He designed
called-
it or picked it?
It's Secret Wall Jump, but with feline,
Oh,
right?
Nice.
Yeah, it's Secret Wall Jump with feline.
It's got
Sick.
Kudan graffiti on the wall.
he picked wall jump.
That's so
funny.
cool.
That's sick.
That's
Okay.
super sick, dude.
That is wall jump. It's funny.
Smart on him to pick a core card that's always usable.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say that they have a
that
habit
is
of picking
wrong.
cards that are just not used. It's like, here's the secret art. It's like, okay.
It's not party girl, but I'll accept it. It's fine.
How
Party
many of
girl,
you
but
love
it's
playing
feline.
Your secret mutual destruction. Well,
I can tell you that Fate is getting a lot of play. That new Fate.
It
Secret
is-
art Dante. Secret art Devil Hunter Dante. Actually, that'd be 2 cards for 1. That'd be stupid. That's what you should do. Secret art Chosokabe. Secret boat.
Oh man, I wonder if they if he had that option to pick like a card that flips. I'm like, do I get to design both?
That would be the meta game. That's like the like you have 3 wishes. Can I wish for more wishes? Kid. That's the mix. That's tight though.
Jeez. Yeah, it's really
Got
cool.
Mr. Karan, who won the
How do you
championship, choose.
Production is progressing steadily. Please look forward to the completion. So they're just giving this card out, or how are we gonna get it through EXGP? Maybe.
You have to beat Karan, dude. They'll look at everybody who's ever beat him.
Oh, shit. I don't think I've ever.
Oh
beat
Karan's
shit, dude.
They're like,
Well,
Karan, you
first
gotta
one-
play ladder 24 hours.
And play a bad deck, please.
Oh no.
When they first announced this as a prize, they did say that everybody would get this card.
Oh,
okay,
really? Cool.
I wasn't sure the details. That's great.
But can I get 3 of them?
Who knows?
Just one. That way you can trick people into thinking you have 9 shields.
Run one of these, one of the original wall jumps, and one block. There you go.
Yep.
You'll never know.
What the fuck?
Yeah, imagine copying this with Crystal Ball and thinking it's unplayable. Get baited.
Even though that is kind of funny. I know a lot of green decks have been just using block instead of wall jump because of Crystal Ball out there.
Kind of did that for Volta X.
Yep.
Yeah, we gotta beat up the ambassador.
Yeah, I use blocks in my green decks.
Beat Strimmer, get skin. Yeah, what if they did that for hero skins in Teppen? Whoa. Whoa, dude.
Hmm.
Huge.
Dodge in action.
Dodge in action? Oh my god.
9 shields.
No,
is
it's not
bit
it's not
low.
a special card though. It is not.
Yeah, it's just shield.
It's just alternative art for this card. This card that everybody loves.
So wait, it's Chun dodging Boxer in the original art,
know.
but what's Feline dodging in the new art?
I don't know, some scribbles down here. Maybe it's a bean. I don't know.
I was gonna say he's
Probably.
dodging nerfs, but he already got hit.
Oof, dude.
Yeah, his basic
Spike
got hit.
launch.
Spike launch.
Maybe.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Because Nerf
That's
did
a
wonder-
good call, actually.
I wonder what's in the background because you can see there's like a destroyed little like wall here.
Hmm.
Why did Karan go to this wall and put some graffiti on it beforehand?
Doesn't matter, man. No, Feline wrote it down there for him and then pieced out.
Wrote it upside down.
Yep.
Oh, then all the quote tweets, everyone's getting really excited, wishing him well.
Referencing the
Homicide
final
once
round?
for 3 of them, dude.
Dango would have chosen hidden intent or double trigger. Well, thank God you didn't win, Dango.
Never playing those cards.
No, I'm just playing.
Fucking savage.
Damn.
Yeah.
What would I have picked?
Does it have to be a core card? I wonder if it had to be a core.
Probably not.
I'm 4 ticked off.
If I choose
4, dude.
Rebirth, it would never leave. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I think it would have to be. I imagine it would have to be in a set that would never leave. So, like, either a basic or a core would probably be the safest bet.
That would be hilarious. It's just like, all right, we're giving you this free card, but it just got taken out of rotation. It sucks.
Right, yeah. That's why they probably said it had to be core or basic or something. There was probably some catch.
Could be anything
I
up
mean,
to Tiny Hero.
We don't even know if they actually said that. It could have just been Karan like, oh, you know what? Let's pick a core card.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I wouldn't be surprised if they told him it has to be in the base sets.
I want Secret Rebirth. Fuck.
I mean, what are they gonna do? Cycle it?
What are you gonna do?
More
Take
game
it
modes.
away.
Well, let's cycle
I think
everything out
it's-
except the one card, yeah.
It's like a good thing that they told us that they intend on doing it, because we at the time we were just kind of like, oh my god, just do it already. So it's like halfway there, but it's also kind of a tease, because now we're just like, when the fuck is it happening?
I've
Just do
never,
Beast Kid
I've
instead of-
never felt the desire for a developer to take away my cards so bad. Like, just please take them away.
It's terrible, because I think what happened as a little as a byproduct of that was fucking everybody's like, oh, those cards are busted. All right, well, better use them. Better fuck get my Euro deck.
Oh, so Dango's saying it was up to Tiny Hero or Amatsu.
Tales of Amatsu.
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 Okay.
Damn,
Huh.
they didn't
So
want.
you could pick anything.
They didn't want Karan making a secret boat card.
They had to hide it.
Then
It'd
I
be
guess
cool
I
if it
would've
was
done-
like they show you the new set. It's like, oh shit. I want this card.
I wonder what.
Just know they will do something dumb like leave all the legendary. I think honestly what they might end up doing is it's a poor translation. They say that not all the cards are going to be cycled out. They might leave the basics and say that's what we meant. But then again, we don't know.
Yeah. Legend female. I think that's cool though.
That's
I like
super
this.
cool.
I know I'm getting tired.
That's all right. Is anyone intending on streaming? Otherwise, we can send it over to
Oh,
cosplay.
Is the game up?
It shouldn't be. It said 000 PT, so it should be 3
Okay.
a.m. our time.
Toshin just messaged me asking why is there a game update. I guess he didn't know.
Download the update.
I would.
Schmo, yeah, this is the secret art that Karan designed for Wall Jump.
The game is in 3.01 right now. Yeah.
It
So
should
you can
be, yeah.
download the update on the App Store right now. It just mentions bug fixes, which are the same as the news post. Doesn't say anything else was added.
Yeah, this is an awesome art. I have reasons to be late. Yeah, Spooky into post. She's there, dude. She's like, oh my god, first. First.
Yeah, I saw that.
You can even turn it upside
hi,
down.
That's way better than normal wall jump. It's the same exact thing, except with the cat.
Well, now the cat's
Good on
right
name.
side up.
But
Oh,
yeah.
it counts as an upside down card. Yes.
That's
there
what
are
we were
more
saying,
cards that
Schmo.
are upside down.
But you're only getting one, right? So you still have to use some of the normal one, I guess.
Not unless you A transit. I
I guess you could do that. And then cycle to bring it back again.
Oh, dude, the WC 2020, dude. Well, now when it's upside down, it's the MC 5050.
Can't wait for that one.
3,000 years, we still gonna have rebirth. Son
Giving
of a
card
bitch.
skins harder for newer players to catch up. I mean, if you're a brand new player, you've missed out on a lot of exclusives already. That's nothing new. There's been a lot of secret cards that were only available for a limited time.
The only one I'm missing is the Chun-Li one.
Yeah,
Chumley?
I also did not get that one either.
I got that one. I missed one. Which one did I miss? I missed the Nero from the last not the last cup, but the cup before. I didn't get that Nero basic.
I got the Nero.
Yeah.
I
I
also
missed
didn't
that
get the Date this time around. I completely forgot Zero Attack was the thing. I could have climbed better.
Oh, for the icons? Yeah.
Yeah.
The player icons. Yeah, that's not as I don't know. I guess collecting the player icons is nice, but I like the cards more.
Also the emblem. Emblem's tight.
The emblem is pretty good, yeah. I'm using my
can-
tour points emblem right now though.
Flex those.
Yeah.
I have an Akuma emblem.
Uma. Nope.
I do not. Yeah. My top 100 emblem count is very low compared to other players.
It's so weird how nice the game is to new players with the whole like season pass being so cheap. But then it's like, well, at this point, if you want to start playing TEPPEN, it's like, well, you need like 7,000 legendaries.
Not if you're playing black.
Yeah, dude.
And I don't mean that
That's
as a
true.
jab either. Like, there's a reason that like when I made a Smurf, I was like, I'm gonna do black. I can craft most of the essentials because they're commons and rares.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of when we're talking about how like epics, some epics are bad and then some commons are fucking godlike.
Yeah.
Last chance. Is anyone streaming
Wow.
after this, or am I hosting cosplay when he's playing Killer Instinct?
Well, if we're wrapping up, I can set up bug snacks.
Oh shit!
We talking
Yeah.
bug snacks?
I'm talking bug snacks.
Talking about bug snacks?
Bungers.
Schmo's been helping me out, dude. He's been popping that the channel point reward, dude, to play the theme song, dude. We've had a couple
That's true.
matches of intense bug snacks theme with a
Bug
black
snacks loop.
matchup. The loop.
Yep.
What have you noticed, Bat? Character when he chomps down, he has a dot on his tooth. Don't tell me there's something wrong with my grumpus. I painted my grumpus, dude. I'll have to check it out. I don't see anything.
I don't see it either.
Seems like a good outro, dude. Oh, that is kind of a perfect outro. Well, let me turn off this Frozen Peak music and turn on.
Also, sign up for the tournament. I see names in the chat that are not commentating or competing. We're not taking any more commentators, so go compete. You don't even have to be home. You could be, I don't know, you can play wherever you want. You don't got to stream. It's fine. It's not like you got to worry about disconnecting during a tournament match.
It's a partial Bugs Next podcast now, dude.
Bungers.
Dude, bungers. Okay.
Pet that bonger.
Nobu Bungers.
But I'm not playing. You don't have to worry about me baiting you with dolls manners.
Just give him one of these.
Man.
I'm sorry, did we just get... We
What?
just got the host from cosplay, dude.
Uh-oh.
What am I watching right now? The Bald Gang is here? Holy shit. I want to stream, but the fucking server was down. Yeah, dude, the Bald Gang.
Oh,
We're-
Karan tweeted his response to the card.
Oh, really? Where
He
is it?
said I decided on the conditions of the card I used at the World Championships. The card that can be used for a lifetime with core basic. Arrow is cute. Yeah, it's a good reason.
Ah. For a lifetime with core basic. Iroh's
Yep.
cute. Aw.
Yeah. Those are some good reasons.
Rip easiest win of my entry. Dude. Yeah, that is a good emote, dude. The Keck W guy, dude. That's why we got the seal, dude.
Bald gang. I should shave my head.
Oh wait, I forgot, dude. I added a couple BTTV emotes, dude. 'Cause it can't be doing the laundry.
No.
Yeah, there we go. Solid.
I need to
dude.
take that WAP plant one.
Oh yeah, it's funny for all the times that I make fun of people for just like net deck and everything, and it's just like.
What do you mean? He's just eating an eggplant. I don't get it.
Yep.
It's healthy. It's got vegetable vitamins in it.
It was a nice combination of ideas because Bat was like, "Where's the BoA?" and it was just the popping cat. But when I looked it up, I saw an eggplant one. I was like, "Well, not gonna do that."
Oh man, eggplants are not a great source of vitamin D. I can't make that joke.
Oh.
You had to look it up, dude.
Womp womp.
Bwop bwop, dude. Everybody shave your head. I wanted to do what KBR did
What?
with he shaved half his head. And then like the other half like wasn't with it wasn't him, it was somebody. It was something he tweeted out. With this just activated variable cross, dude. Yeah, it's not KBR, but he definitely tweeted it out. Hilarious, dude. I told myself if I was gonna shave my head, I was gonna do something like that, where I just like half my face, just shave my hair, the other half just shave the mustache beard action.
Oh yeah.
But someone thought of it first. God damn it. At the dot on Discord where you can see it is super small. My dot? He's talking about my dot? Oh my god. Did he... He's looking at it, dude. Interesting. Can I see it? I guess I'm looking at the preview thing, so I can't see. It's too small. Heard about the monkey's tail beard? Whoa. Rockin' a Lemmy. The mohawk. Thought it was a scratch on my monitor. Oh, I feel that. Like a dead pixel or something. Oh, Ramp. We'll just jam on to the ending. But we'll talk with you guys for a little bit. Who the fuck is that? I don't know. Somebody. The cat became
Someone
no
got me
longer,
on.
dude. Oh, does that mean you? How close to setup are you, Thirsty?
Oh, I've been live for like 5 minutes. I'm just waiting for
Yeah,
this
he's
to
been
wrap
on.
up.
Oh, sorry.
We going.
Well, I appreciate you guys showing up. We're getting through the tier list. We're
We
making
did.
our way.
We did another color, guys. Halfway
It's
there.
a lot, man. I keep thinking, oh, we're gonna do 2 colors this time, and then it's just like we get in there, it's just like, ooh.
We're gonna finish this next week.
I don't know. We have a
Probably
lot
not.
to. Purple's pretty fun, pretty crazy.
Black's gonna take 12 hours alone, so probably not.
It's gonna be a total mad stream. Everyone's gonna be mad.
Purple should be fun though. I'm excited to talk about purple.
I'm really curious what our penguin tier card's gonna be.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. We'll find out.
Dude, 12 viewers, 14 views. Okay. As always, guys, appreciate it. We'll be around next week, but we're gonna hand it over to Thirsty. He's gonna do some bug snacks because Teppen is down, but that's okay. It's not. You're not gonna get mad at bug snacks. You're not gonna be like, God damn it, I can't do this. I'll never be top 100.
I don't know, man. That Scorpino was fucking me up.
Some of them.
Light too.
If you want to do 100%, there's a couple that are gonna be a little difficult. Hondo.
Yeah, we're gone.
Yeah, we did the raid.
We're gone. Oh, okay. I'm gonna
Butt
go.
smacks?
'Cause it's almost 1 here.
Oh yeah, I
Get
understand.
ready for bed and stuff.